Well, roll tide. Last time, after leaving the desert of the Sandplate, you guys tried to teleport to a large red circle on the map that was marked on the Empire Points of Interest by Jacob Foster's intel. However, the spell went awry as the destination was too unfamiliar. The magic shunted you into some distant chunk of earth before rubber banding you backwards a distance before you skidded to a stop in the middle of a dark forest just as the sun was setting. You all had messages and visions, Munson seeing the cause of the pulse that occurred as your group became bound together. Flint had a nightmare about his family being replaced by changelings, but it's just a dream, right? Jeremiah had heard shouts of the spirits of lives past screaming in his mind. The heir. It was left for the heir by the queen that never was. The heir's last resort. Vorik, you learned from an unfamiliar voice beforehand that Bayside or something therein had spelled ruin for those nearby. You relearn this person to be Brewster in your memory surge that happened. You remember Welwick and the role he played with you in Hopewell. You remember how you came by this shard of glass. You remember Mago, your friend, the runed horn, who ran off mid-encounter after the runes on his horns and his eyes flared green, and he ran off into the depths of the Feywild, never to be seen again, until he aided in the slaughter of the common people of South Sunder as you fled. You decide to pull out the glass shard before bed. The black candles immediately lit inside your bag as soon as both items were on the same plane of existence. And as if patiently waiting, you turn the glass over to see the pale, smiling face of Celian Lyasatra, Archfey of the Unseelie Court. She asked again for some information, but after some trial and error, you used the new silvery weapon Feybane to shatter the glass, projecting the Fey. Later, after everyone but Vorik and Munson's faithful hound is asleep, Vorik sees the Archfey in the distant trees. When their eyes meet, she smiles and beckons him over with a finger before backing up into the darkness. When Vorik reaches the spot in the forest where he saw her, she suddenly appears before you, inches from your face, saying, "I only wanted to talk," before sheathing a cold blade into your torso. Pell wakes, suddenly being roused by what seems to be a spectral stag looking mournful, directing your gaze over to your friend, who now has a shimmering blade protruding from his back, and a large figure standing before him. You quickly rise and begin to make your way almost breathlessly over to him. Now, Vorik.
Mm-hmm.
In this moment, you notice a couple things. You feel cold, but you don't feel pain. She's smiling. Vorik and Pell, you being the only two that are conscious right now, what are you doing?
I'm still Baywatch running towards him.
Okay.
Vorik!
And Vorik, what are you doing?
I would like to stab her back.
That's
Okay.
the resource.
Pell, we'll say that you are able to take a turn's worth of movement in that direction if you so choose on the map. And
Okay.
Vorik, what are you attacking her with?
Well, if D&D Beyond would load, I would tell you.
Maybe if you sing the song, it'll help.
It's D&D Beyond.
The only shitty part about down here is I haven't got my internet switched over yet.
Pelt, do you need help with the map, or are you waiting on something else to make your movement?
Oh, I'll just see the Faslonkort map.
Oh,
Me too.
I'm sorry. I moved myself. I forgot to move you guys. Then there we
Yeah,
go.
I'm like,
My bad.
we're using imaginary maps right now, boys.
There you go.
Oh, this makes more sense.
Yeah.
Alright. So, I guess while I'm running, I'm gonna be like, guys, Vork's get stabbed!
Okay, so you're going to yell as you do that. Okay.
I'm very sleepy.
Okay. All right. I'm here. All right, here we go.
Okay.
So I want to try something.
Okay.
Does it take anything for the Faebane to turn?
To turn.
Like, or is it simultaneous?
Oh, to change forms.
Yes.
It's currently a bow, I think, around your torso, right? That's what it currently is. It would take a. I actually haven't thought about that. That's a good point, though.
Well, I didn't know if, like, my head, I have that bow, like, it pretty well looks like I'm going to punch her with a bow, but it can change when I punch. That's the reason I was asking before I did anything different.
Are you trying? Since you're attuned, you can persuade it to try and change form. But are you asking about it changing form, or are you asking about taking it off of your body to like draw it, basically?
Change form.
Change form. We'll say because it has to shift and move, it would take a turn to change forms to a different weapon.
Okay. All right. Well, ain't doing that then. So blade's still in me, correct?
Yes,
I want to take I assume she's standing directly in front of me.
she is.
I want to take both my psychic daggers and stab her in the stomach too,
Okay.
and try to get up under the ribs.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for attack then, with your daggers. Okay. Your attacks, your blades, go through her body as though it were fog. Don't strain yourself, dear. And she pulls her blade slowly through your side, and you find that while it leaves you feeling icy cold, no damage was done to you, and the blade fades through you as your attack did on her. Her narrow, long blade has a blue sheen to it, and now that you're looking more closely, so does she. As you do this, and as this transpires, her form immaterializes, and she disappears like mist.
Did that seem? Fuck. Did that seem like she was, like, projecting, like she was doing that, or am I seeing things?
You don't know. You know that you heard Pell shout from behind you. And with that, I'll have everybody roll a perception at this time, being that we're so late in the evening, to see if you are roused by Pell's voice. Pell is loud, but you guys are all very tired, and the DC is not very high.
So I guess I wake up and I'm like, why is Zorg getting stabbed and why is it a problem? He's already dead.
Give me 1
He's a
second.
good person.
Okay. So I see Vorik, Jeremiel. No, Vorik, that was Vorik's attack. Jeremiel, Munson. We need Flint and Ugbor. I'll roll for Ugbor.
Do I need?
Perception.
I assumed I didn't need to row.
No,
Correct.
you're awake and you were there. You heard Pell.
Okay.
Where
You're also
is
doing the
yours?
screaming.
There he is. Character. And. Boop. Yes. Okay. So all of you are basically roused. You're not standing up or anything. You're just woken up by this shout from Pell, and you're not entirely sure what's going on.
Gotta prepare a Flint voice. Hold on.
Okay.
Ah, Freckles!
Oh.
Love it. Okay.
Wow,
What's going
Flint,
on?
Flint, you really got a southern drawl on you all of a sudden.
I slept weird.
He's been hanging around Vorik too much.
I just wanted to talk, but you lot aren't as impressive as I've been led to believe. The voice comes from behind you, Helen Vorik, where your friends were sleeping.
I want to kind of sidestep and throw a dagger behind Pale,
Okay.
like just reacting.
Okay, it's just a reactive throw.
Yep.
Roll an attack with disadvantage.
Do we hear that or just Vorik?
You would all hear this at this time.
Fuck. That was almost a one. That was almost a 19, and it dropped to a 1.
Okay. The dagger just flies into the darkness. And from behind you, even though the voice sounds nearby, Munson's dog does not bark, even though the archfey has to be close. And you see Salian's voice crouching beside Munson. And she draws her blade across his neck as it skips off the ground beneath him before she walks over crouching and draws and walks her fingers along his spellbook. Paper. Mere paper. And then she vanishes again.
So I'm sorry. Hold on. Fuck.
You are?
He's gonna fuck.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna fuck whatever this thing's up. I
Wakes up, morning wood, running straight at it.
Yep, I'm just butt ass naked. Just. I wanted to cast True Seeing, but I don't have the fucking ointment. Bullshit.
You have the what?
I have to have this ointment for my eyes to use True Seeing.
Okay. I'm going to have, if I can interrupt just for a moment, I'm going to have Hel, since you are actively running towards her, and Vorik you were looking that direction, right?
Towards Munson, like towards the group.
Yeah, towards the generalized center of camp, right? You're looking for her, and then you would have seen her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have both of you make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh. You know what? I'll do it on here and fuck myself over. It's alright.
Okay. And work out a 7. Okay. So, Hel, you, upon seeing her in a direct line of view before she vanishes, you're able to catch her eye, and she looks at you directly. And being in an archface's presence is like being around intoxicating fumes. You're not totally outside of yourself, but you feel just this overpowering sense of beauty about her. Regardless of how you feel about her, there's just this aura that strikes you. And you can consider yourself charmed. And for the next... let me see what the thing is here.
Fuck, is this a succubus archfey? What the fuck?
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? That was my fault. I said the wrong thing. The roll was a charisma save. My bad. Please re-roll your saves as charisma saves.
Oh god.
Hell's like, I saved!
Yeah.
Oh dear god.
Hell's in trouble now.
To roll, I mean, I got a pretty good charisma save. It's not bad.
Okay.
Mine's a 0.
0. Okay, okay.
I mean, my bonus is a 0, but I have a 19.
45. I crit.
Okay, so, Pell, you get this sense of like wanting to let your mind dive into the beauty of this creature before you, but somehow the image of the stag that woke you, like, has some sort of waft in your mind, and the intoxication is washed from your mind. Vorik, however, um, yeah, there it is. Vorik, however, you are in. This is not a charm. I misspoke before. You are enticed by her beauty when you see her. Again, regardless of how you feel about her, you cannot ignore how intoxicatingly beautiful this creature is, and you are paralyzed until your next turn, essentially,
With a 19?
with a 19.
Jesus.
I mean, it is an archfey.
I almost failed with a 21 there a minute ago.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think about that.
Okay.
Wow.
So we'll say we're not really in initiative. There's not a battle going on, but
I think, I mean, there's a corpse suddenly in front of us now.
we'll say that everybody has a round's worth of time to react. What are all of you doing?
I'm doing mislead.
Well, you're still like on the ground. Do you just open your eyes and cast mislead?
Well, I'm pretty sure because I roused from Tell's screaming at Boris getting stabbed, so I think that'd be enough time to at least like rouse up and look around.
Okay.
And then I would be like, oh, there's Munson's body, neck bleeding. Fucking mislead.
Well, you don't see blood on Munson.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I mean, okay.
Just put a knife to my throat, touched the book, and disappeared. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, with some weird ass creature teleporting around or whatever, yeah, I'm going to
Sure.
go mislead anyway.
Okay.
It's an initiative, like just defensive thing.
Gotcha.
For a
So
while.
you said you're sitting up or standing up?
I'm going to be standing up, like I'm like bolted straight up and mislead.
Okay. So you basically use half your movement to stand up, essentially, and you cast this spell. Are you going to move at all with the other half of your movement under the mislead spell?
Essentially, I'm just kind of standing next to me at the ready.
Okay. There we go. Gotcha.
There you go.
What about anybody else? Flint, Ugbor, and Munson.
1 second. I'm looking through this stuff.
And Munson, as well as hearing Pell's voice, you also feel like the chill touch of this ghostly wedge just run across your neck. Like the blade was rent through your neck, like dragging across the ground beneath you, but not hurting you. But you do feel icy cold across that line.
I'm going to roll to see if I can use one of the slots in my book. 18. Yep, I can. And as I sit up, I will cast this around me.
Okay. Gotcha.
Please tell me that's not within my area.
So this is
No.
a
Okay.
10-foot radius.
So
for
10-foot radius around me at all times for
Yep.
now.
Just don't get any closer to me, please.
No, it's just around. I'm gonna probably slide more this way and be able to get me, Ugbor, and Pell.
Okay. Good to know.
And then I'll stay by the dog.
Flint, seeing you do that, we'll run over. Hey guys, was that my wife?
Okay, what the fuck? That was hilarious. I want to hear more of that one.
Okay. I'll let anybody tell me if you want to what Ugbor is doing.
Ugbor would probably just be laying there next to us, trying to figure out if it's real or not. I mean, he is one-eyed right now, so technically it's disadvantage with his perception, anyways. So.
Okay. So he's just going to roll perception?
Well, he has disadvantage, so you roll a 19 for his natural look, I guess. But I assumed he would just be kind of trying to protect the group, staying close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Fair enough.
Kind of sword out.
Sword out, maybe readying an action to strike at anything that seems off. Okay. So, you guys hear, you know, I really had hoped for more. And when she comes back into view, if I can get my thing to work for me, she is going to be laying on the ground next to Flint, her head propped up on her hand, elbow down on the ground.
Naked.
It is remarkable how just one end undone undoes an entire world of effort. And as she says this, she's weaving her hand through the tangle of wires in the back of Sklimbley's head, who's next to Flint, before she yanks her fist through them and then vanishes again.
Father. Quigley's dying words.
Can't do anything yet.
Yeah, you can take a turn for sure.
like
Because you were paralyzed for basically that round. She did a thing, and now it's everybody's fresh. This thing you can, yeah, it's just till the next turn. So you are you're not paralyzed anymore.
Due to me being a bit of an Azamar or an ass, would I have a little bit more knowledge that I probably would know about these archfey things?
Do you want to roll history on your turn to try and just
Sure.
rack your mind to see what you can find out? Sure, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'll let you roll either history or religion.
Ooh, history or religion, both are one. Let's do history.
14. With your you sit up and rack your mind on what histories you know of Archfey, and your travels haven't really dabbled in that so much. Your mind has been focused on the ethereal and the afterlife, but the afterlife directly deals with gods of nature and of natures and different things, and the Archfey are a being that is just on the cusp of being considered a deity, below lesser gods, but more powerful than mortals. They are immortal, and they possess powers that are almost tapped into a level of magic above what mortals have access to. But that's about all you know.
So we're facing a deity. Just another day in the office. Trying to think what I'm gonna do with that information. She's just kind of vanishing but leaving no marks. Judging from this point of turn, I'm probably going to be next. So I'm going to use the bonus action and just, I guess, react. If that's a thing.
Okay. So what are you trying to do?
Basically, with me being invisible, if she doesn't even see me, that's a huge part.
Mm-hmm.
And if she tries to do whatever with my body, my clone body, then I want to be ready to basically just fucking blast her with instant wounds and see if that fucking does anything. If it doesn't, then we know that it's an illusion. If it does, we're fucked either way.
Okay.
So, if we're facing an archfey for real, then we're all done.
Okay. So, here's one thing. Um, so sorry, I apologize. I was looking up something to deal with what you were talking about, but you're basically going to be holding an action to do what?
To basically, if she tries to, like, basically the moment she gets into my area,
Right.
I'm going to inflict wounds.
Gotcha. Cool deal. With that in mind, before anybody else makes a decision on what they're doing, what can we assume by who was looking at her when she reappeared behind Munson, or behind Flint rather, and decided to yank at the brainstem essentially of Swimbly? Who would have been able to see her? Vorik, I think, is too far away to have a direct line on that, but I think the four nearby, maybe
Yeah,
maybe
I
five
think-
would have.
Yeah,
we're
I
not
definitely
there.
would have been able to see her. Definitely.
So we'll say I'll have Munson, Ugbor, and Jeremiel roll me a charisma save. But Pell, if you wouldn't mind rolling for Ugbor, or actually I'll roll it because I think I have access to it. I want to roll Ugbor's with advantage because he only has one eye.
What about Flint?
No, just those three.
Okay.
With me knowing, I mean, would I know that if I look at him, I would have some sort of weird shit happen?
Say what now?
You know, with the 14 that I rolled, would I know that if I looked at him, it would cause me to be like entranced or whatever?
No, not with the 14.
Or no? Okay. I just wanted to know if that was the thing. All right, so at least the charisma save, not a wisdom save. Haha, dirty 20.
Okay.
Right?
Yep. All three of you succumb to the Fae's beauty and can't help but just stand there, mouth agape, just drinking in how beautiful this creature is, not just physically, but like there's an immaterial, almost magical beauty about her, and you can't force yourself to move or do anything other than look at her, and all three of you are paralyzed for one turn.
Fuck! Even with the dirty 20.
So Flint and Munson and Vorik, you still have a turn to make an action if you want to. Vorik, I saw you want to use your blade, your teleportation with your blade, right?
Yep. It's 10 times the number I rolled, so it's 60.
60.
I was going to try to move like here or here somewhere.
So you're just going to throw your blade there and teleport there. Fair enough. Go ahead and do
Yep.
that.
I think I took this around somewhere.
Pell and Flint, what's up? Are you doing anything?
I'm just gonna try to get right between these two and like shake them. Be like, I know she's pretty, but you gotta focus, get your head in the game.
Hey, as an action, because that was a bonus action, as an action, can I go ahead and get my bow out
Sure, I'll allow that.
just to go ahead and have it ready? Okay.
Okay. Pell, you shake them, and you shake them, and they're still staring at the spot where the Fae was. It takes them a second to regain themselves after she vanishes from view. Okay, with that, walking out of the darkness behind Jeremiel. And while I'm sure you have what I want, you stupidly refuse to assist me. A simple favor for a being with so much to offer in return. She then takes her blade and runs it through the real Jeremiel, who is invisible to the rest of you,
Fuck.
and leaves it in you, just letting it go.
I can see it.
I was hoping
And
not to,
rather than vanishing this time, she simply walks away until she approaches Ugbor. And now she stands in front of Ugbor, who's just baffled by her beauty. She leans down a little bit and smiles. She She takes 2 fingers out and puts them through Ugbor's remaining eye and mimes like she's plucking it out. She stands straight up again. I was so hoping you could help me, but I suppose I'll find them myself.
Hey, Dustin.
Yes.
Nobody's responding to her, are they?
No,
With me being a horny bard and her, bending over, can I just smack her ass?
you can try.
with my fucking inflicted
God.
wound hands.
Now it's your turn to go through court, sir.
So you are.
I'm in trance, but like I'm a bard. Just like I'm trying to get some action now, but I still have that ready reaction of with the inflicted wounds.
First off,
His reaction is ass smack.
First off, Bork, that's a good joke. So, Jeremiel, you did have inflict wounds prepared, and as you reach down to inflict wounds, and you choose this as your transfer method, is that remind me how inflict wounds? Is that a save or an attack? I think it's a save or something.
Yeah,
It's an attack roll.
Yeah, it is an attack roll.
Okay, so
Listen, from now on, this is the only way you can inflict wounds.
so go ahead and try your attack roll.
Just to recap, she's looking for Torin and what's her face, right?
Yes, sword and what's her face.
Yeah, well, Torin's the more important one to me. I can't remember what's her face at the moment.
Okay.
Yes, her. The Torin's pet.
Okay.
That's gonna be a mess.
Yeah, your hand just wafts through her like everybody else's weapons have at this time, mainly Vorix.
Oh, I wanted to smack that ass.
So my psychic daggers didn't touch her either?
No.
Earlier? Okay, cool.
Is anybody else trying to do anything right now?
I will tell everyone to get next to me.
Say what? I'm sorry.
I will tell everyone to get next to me.
Okay.
So did I feel cold as well when she stabbed me through?
Yeah. You. The sword is still in you. It's levitating ghostly in your chest, and it feels like there is like a solid chunk of ice piercing your body, not affecting your health otherwise.
Can I use a bonus action to kind of rip it out of me and kind of inspect it if I can even hold it?
You go to grab the sword and pull it out of you, but your hand wafts through it like salient in front of you. You move your hand back and forth. You can't. It's not there.
Is he still invisible?
Does your spell end if you are attacked while invisible? I don't think it
Actually,
does.
let me double
That's a
check.
very good point.
Is it attacked or hit?
I don't know. Let's look at it.
It is a concentration, so I think I just have to hold my concentration.
Okay. Well, I mean, you weren't hurt, so it didn't affect your concentration. So no, there's just a sword floating midair next to Jeremiel, as far as the rest of you are concerned.
You just see it kind of just moving side to side, and I'm just trying to shake it off. I'm like, son of a bitch!
Jerry, buddy, if that's you should come in here.
I mean, it doesn't hurt, but it sure is cold. Also, I tried to smack her ass. It didn't work. I think it's an illusion of sorts.
She looks over your group for one more moment, her head cocked slightly to the side with a sigh, and she walks directly in front of Pale and looks down on you. How disappointing.
I want him.
You're not even worth my time. And her
You're
smile.
not worth mine.
Her smile drops. She shakes her head dismissively, and then her and the blade that is within Jeremiel dissipate into the night.
I want to shoot an arrow before that happens. I don't care if it's just goes through nothing.
Sure. You shoot the arrow, go ahead and roll for attack. Nope. The arrow just flies straight, and uh, as soon as she starts to dissipate the arrow, and flies into the night.
Awesome.
I will smack that ass.
And it's only after she leaves, as you gather your breath and look around at your friends, trying to figure out if she has left permanently, you notice that the air has gotten colder. Your breath is now visible, and frost has begun to form silently on the ground around you.
I'm still waiting to see if everyone gets within 5 feet of me or not.
Well, guys, gather up.
I'm gonna stay a little bit further away, at least for the next hour or so.
Well, you either come here or you stay and left behind. Your choice.
Oh no, I won't be far behind. I just be outside of
Okay, last
whatever
warning.
magic rays. The reason why is
Lorik, you coming close?
I think Munson's trying to get out of here.
And I port. Drop my thing and port out.
Okay, so you're trying to pour it out, and Jeremiel's over
I
there?
drop my thing and I port out. He didn't want to come near.
Okay.
yeah.
So, you're
So we go back to the dwarf city.
Okay, so you have... so you're using Word of Recall.
Yep. I
Okay.
rolled to make sure I could roll it.
Okay.
So magic drops, and then that's what I conjure after it drops.
Okay. So, before you... Jeremiel, you see as Munson motions for you to come near, and your duplicate doesn't do anything, and neither do you. You're hesitating, you're looking around, and not knowing what else to do. Munson looks around for the threat that's obviously nearby, and just looking at you, he grabs does a circle and kind of gets close to all of his friends and grabs what he can, and they are all gone.
Finally, peace and quiet.
Flint, before he goes, Freckles!
Oh yeah, did you guys leave the griffin behind or some shit?
They weren't in the center of the group.
Oh, so they're with me.
Yeah,
Interesting.
right now they're with you. They're like, we'll say they're about 10 feet behind you, tied up on that tree.
Well, look like I got myself a new griffin. Was definitely not expecting the Word of Recall spell. Where were they going again?
Okay.
I'm sure I'll figure it out. I'll just go ahead and go over to the griffin. I'll still have my mislead up just because. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll essentially have my duplicate walk over to the griffin and try to calm it down and whatnot.
Okay. Roll animal handling for me.
I remember the last time I did this, it did not go so well. Still didn't go well.
It's actually a very low DC. I was gonna say 8 was actually the DC for it because it's low because of right now. You guys were moving around, but the griffins didn't seem to care much. There was no obvious threat that was happening, and they were kind of half awake. They're still very sleepy this time of day, so they're not hard to calm and just comfort at this time.
Yeah, and on top of that, I'm pretty sure it's used to me and everyone else in the group at this point.
Yeah, it has seen you. It's been around you, so.
All
Alright.
eyes.
Okay.
So there's just this one, or is there the other one?
No, there's two. There's 2 griffins there.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and calm both of them down then and get the. Basically, would I know where you guys are going, or no?
He didn't mention
He didn't do
anything.
it. Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
But
go ahead.
he has teleported with him to the stacks before.
Yeah,
Not Jeremiah.
yeah. There was.
I
there was
think the last time was just me and Ugbor.
oh, was it just him
Yeah,
and Ugbor?
because he stayed with the human while me and Ugbor ported.
That's right. Yeah, he was in the cave.
Correct. Yeah, he stayed with the human as I took Ugbor to where he wanted to go, and then we came back.
Well, I think we teleported to the stacks to get to the sand plate. So,
Yeah,
I mean, if
y-
Dustin wants to make him like roll history or something to remember.
yeah, because you didn't do it during the dragon, but you did come back when you got to Cliff Craig to buy the griffins and got the extra meat and stuff like that. All that happened.
Yes.
So
Yes,
you have been there before. And I won't even say history because you haven't teleported anywhere else with him other than here. So you have nowhere else to go on other than that one location that you've been teleported before. And he mentioned that this is kind of his go-to spot as far as something like that goes. So you can judge or not for yourself whether Jeremiah will make that assumption. And for that fact, you don't know where you are. It is like an hour before dawn. You have not had a long rest yet.
So, Jeremiah, you would have heard us, me and Flint, rode the griffins up, and when we came back down, we told everybody that like the only thing we saw was trees for like miles.
Would I know due to my nomadic experiences? I'm guessing like if I would know if there's any giant forest besides like near Rowanwood. I'm assuming we're not near Rowanwood. It doesn't feel very woodsy that way.
You have no idea. You received a report earlier in the night from Pell and Flint, who rode their griffins above this area, that it's just forest as far as the eye can see, with maybe some hills or some features in the far distance, but you don't know what direction that is.
Okay, let me see if I got something here. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna cast Sending to Pell.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask, where the fuck did you guys teleport to? So I can meet you guys with your
How far does
griffin.
sending range?
Like
It's infinite.
anywhere.
Yeah, it's infinite. As long as I know if I've seen the person, I can send. You guys won't be able to. Wait, is that you? Will you guys be able to respond? I can't remember.
Oops.
In the message, I can recognize sender if he knows, enter, and like a manner immediately. So yeah, he can respond.
We just had 25 words.
So what are your 25 words exactly, Jeremiah, or less?
Where are you guys so I can fly the griffins to you? I think that's within 25 words.
Yeah, that's 12. Easy. Pell, you hear this message in your hand, in your mind, as soon as you land in the Cliff Craig stacks. The shift in temperature is extreme at this time. You go from the frost covered ground that you were on to now being inside a mildly warm library underground.
We're at the stacks. Back in Cliff Craig. We didn't really know where we were though, like back there.
Alright. Well, in that case, I mean, at least I know I have a destination. It's just more of just trying to figure out how to get there.
Okay.
So
And
with us
at
in the
end of it-
stacks, would we still feel the coldness even in such a warm place from the areas in which we were stabbed, penetrated through?
The cold on your bodies in those areas is beginning to wane away. It's warming up slowly.
The last little bit of that message ought to have been like, please make sure Spaghetti and Freckles are safe. Love Pill. and
No.
Flint.
So you only had 6 words left. So Jeremiah, you hear, please make sure Spaghetti and Freckles. And it cuts off.
I think I could kind of get what he's concerned about. Not really for me, but for the griffins.
Okay. So before we move over, what are you doing with the rest of your time here? Because like I said, you are 1 hour away from finishing a long rest. You don't know how long until the sun rises, but it's getting a little lighter.
I'm gonna go ahead and like, are the two griffins like side by side or something?
Yeah, they're like leashed side by side up against this tree. They have room
Alright.
to walk. They're not like tied neck to the tree, but yeah, they're kind of like huddled.
I'm gonna like lay back down for the last hour and like under the tree, like right in front of him.
Okay.
It's gonna be a horrible idea, but I'm gonna try get that long rest and get all my spells back up.
Okay.
Bro, you don't even
Um,
know.
yeah, I don't even know. But
I have
fuck it.
nothing.
Nope, nothing.
So
So I'm gonna do that.
so you lay down and rest. Try and close your eyes and curl up against a tree in front of the two griffins. And it's not the most peaceful rest you've ever gotten, being in a frost covered forest on the bare ground right after you've been threatened by essentially a god.
And stabbed.
But you do find rest, and after a short time, you are aroused slightly by the griffins moving and starting to make a little bit of sound. And you might not be directly up against them, like you're not cuddled with them, but you do get the notion that they are moving away from you because the warmth that they provide by being in your area starts to get colder. Are you doing anything, or you want to try and just ignore it?
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm assuming it's been about an hour at this point, right?
Yeah, we can.
Ish.
Yeah,
Alright.
it's just on the cusp of an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and start getting up. Stretch my muscles from the uncomfortable sleep, but it was more than enough, and I'm gonna go ahead and start like untying and see if I can get on the back of one of them and kind of like give the notion that to the other one to kind of follow.
Okay. So as you get up and look at the griffins, they're like backing up, looking. If you stand up and turn towards the griffins after you stretch and look around, I'm gonna have you first roll a perception check for me.
Uh,
Okay. So you stand up and you stretch. It's still cold, but nothing you can do about it. And you turn to look at the griffins and get ready to untie them from the tree and mount one and try and you figure out how to fly two planes at once. And the griffins are looking behind you, backing up as far as the rope will let them, and they start to squawk.
oh, I don't like that one.
And you don't have but time enough to realize what they're doing before you turn around. And as you turn around, you see a giant beast crawling over the tree. Not that big. Oh my god. Behind you. Sorry, the scaling is weird. Scaling got weird. There is a large beast with horns and fur and mats of what looks like blood on it, crawling over the tree with red sunken eyes, and it's crawling towards you, and it makes this clicking sort of as it's crawling towards you with its mouth open. It starts to drool.
Fucking Wendigo.
What are you doing?
Um,
You have
at this point, is
Mhm.
the griffins are they untied at this point?
No. You started to go towards them and realize that they were freaking out, and you turn around to see this. And let me see. I don't have a token for the griffins, I don't think. So we'll do. Okay, we'll just do this for right now. We'll do 2 squimblies.
That's a terrifying thing in itself. Two
Yeah,
swimblies.
so the griffins are right there, backed up, taut with the rope against the tree. You have exactly 1 turn's worth of thought to figure out what you're doing before we roll initiative.
Would I recognize this creature just from the initial seeing it?
You've never seen this creature before.
Great. Would I have enough time to untie and then fucking fly away with both of them?
If you can tell me how you do that with 1 action and 30 feet of movement, sure. The ropes are going from each creature tied to the same point on the tree, and it's wrapped around the tree.
and I'm pretty much by the tree.
Yeah.
You know what? What spell is that?
What spell is it?
Okay, interesting idea.
Okay.
What if, where is it? What do I have in my inventory? Do I still have that, like, bag of, like, ball bearings by chance?
You sure do.
If I animate object, I wish, this is the one time I wish I had a sword. The one time I wish I had a fucking sword. I would just cut the rope.
Okay. Do you have anything? A dagger? Anything like that?
No, that's the one thing that I designed my character for. He didn't have any physical weapons. All his attacks.
I'll tell you what. If you turn and run, you have one chance to use a dexterity trick to see if you can untie the rope quickly. If you wanted to try that, but if you fail, then the griffins are still tied, and you would have your back to the Wendigo.
So what would it be? Acrobatics or would it be an acrobatic skill check in that regard?
No, like to untie the rope would be dexterity.
Oh. I would have promised myself to try and fucking save the damn.
D&D.
And I don't think I'm gonna be able to defeat a fucking Wendigo, at least by myself. Unless. That's one idea. Alright, you know what? I'm going to cast Animate Object on the ball bearings. I'm going to launch 10 of them, and I'm going to put them basically forming a wall between me and the Wendigo. I'm
Okay.
basically going to have these ball bearings take the shield and basically try and buy me time.
Okay. So we're going to do... what's the thing here? We'll do... You said 10 of them right there?
Yeah. It's kind of like more in front of me, like right here.
Yeah, let's see, that doesn't want to translate there. Okay, how can... We'll just do it. We'll draw a line. Yeah, we'll just do that.
Alright, yeah.
Boop, there. 10 ball bearings.
And I'm basically going to use my action or my movement speed to kind of get closer to the wall, or not wall, to the tree.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of like start reaching behind me, still looking at the Wendigo
Okay.
to see if I can to basically start untying the knot for the next thing.
Okay. So you cast the spell, and at this time, go ahead and roll initiative for me.
Come on, good initiative.
Okay. 18. The Wendigo rolled a 3, so you were going first. You cast the spell, and the balls animate, just flying out of your bag, and they form this line that kind of rotates back and forth as the ball bearings dance in the air, but in front of you, between you and the Wendigo. The Wendigo crawling over the tree, cracking limbs as it crawls over. It's getting close, but you are still fueled by anxiety and adrenaline. And you have another second before it can do anything to you.
Alright, so I am going to take my action to fully untie the griffins and use my movement speed to essentially get onto them.
Okay.
Or onto one of them.
Roll a dexterity.
Still holding the rope.
Gotcha. So you're trying to undo the rope, then hop on the back of one of them with both ropes in your hand, and then giddy up in the sky. So...
Yep.
With that, I'm going to have you first roll me a dexterity check, DC of 10, to untie these ropes. It wasn't tied with intent to really keep it there hard. 17 will do that. Now with an animal handling check, DC of 12 because you're running at them with them scared. You can get on their backs and fly in the sky. So, with your ball bearings forming a defensive barrier against it, you turn around, untie the ropes, and jump onto the back of the griffin. The nearest one to you, you don't even remember in this moment which one it is. And with both ropes in your hands, you just kind of like whip the rope a little bit. And what do you say?
Yip yip.
Okay, you yip them into the sky, and you and two griffins are flying away. It's hard to keep one tugged against the other, but eventually, with a little bit of control, using the ropes to control them back and forth, you fly away with one griffin on a kite string flying next to you. And as you rise into the sky, you see below you the Wendigo that was there rush into the area that you were in, get beamed by all of these ball bearings. And as it's doing this, another Wendigo appears behind it from this tree over here, and another one comes from over here, and they start to run towards this tree.
Fucking Wendigo Forest. What the fuck did you teleport us into, Munson?
Flying up into the sky, you look now at the horizon before you, the sun rising behind you. And it's a vast landscape of Faslonkort that you're seeing for the first time from the air, at least for a while in this perspective, in this neighborhood. And you see nothing but forest with one wisp of what seems to be water. And over in one direction to your left is a mountain. But it's not the mountain that you are familiar with from the sand plate, nor is it the one from Cliffcrag. It is one that looks to be covered in a snowy peak and have many little foothills around it.
I'm gonna roll a survival check to see if I would know if that's like part of the northern or maybe southern part of the world.
Sure, go ahead and roll survival check.
I wouldn't know shit.
You can assume from the snow it could be because it's further north, but here's the thing: with the world of Ikathis, the temperature and biomes of climate, they're not limited to north and south being hot and cold and stuff per se. There's pockets of different things in all different parts of the world. Not to mention the mountain is very tall, maybe even taller than the mountain in the sand plate, granted the elevation that it starts on. But there's that factor as well, leaving it higher in the air, which could form frost. You don't know.
Does the water look like a river or more just like it's just on the horizon?
It looks like the start of a river that vanishes into the distance to your right.
Is it going like north and south, east or west?
Judging by the sun behind you, you're gathering that it's... I'm sorry, I misspoke. The sun will be in front of you at this time. So judging by the sun being in front of you, the river would be running to your right, which would mean that it is running south.
So if my geography and all that works right, if I go south, I should be able to hit the ocean. And since I'm more familiar to the south, from the southern areas, I should be able to get my bearings and find my way to Cliffcrag. So I'm going to go ahead and turn around and follow the river and just stick with the river. And hopefully I can see any like sort of settlements since they usually stick with the river.
Okay. So we are going to...
And it's also a good source of fish and water if need be.
Sure, logical. So, with that said, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes while I go to the restroom, and you guys can think about that, and then we'll come back and look at Cliffcrag. Okay. So I'm going to get Cliffcrag pulled up now. Where did you go? There. And...
Alright, I'm back.
Okay. So, as most of your group appears in the stacks of Cliffcrag, you once again find yourselves startling Vongren Weddlestone, who apparently frequents one of the areas in this library quite often. What are you doing here again, may I ask? Pardon me, that was very blunt. Hi.
What the hell was that, guys?
Uh, uh, that was an archfey.
How in the world did we meet an archfey? The one in that sound like the same voice from the mirror, yes?
Yep.
Hmm.
And I don't have. Shit, the griffins are still there.
Flint is distraught.
Yeah.
Freckles!
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, Flint is like major freak out right now. I already know that.
He's like sobbing in a corner already.
Well, work, you good?
Ulrich, you back? Where'd he go?
He's dead.
Oh no, he died.
Okay, well,
He died in his golem skin.
we'll carry on.
Shit.
I'm- I am extremely sorry. Did you just say you met an archfey?
Yeah. She was pretty persistent.
Persistent of what?
She's trying.
This
to
is
get us-
not a level of stress I need. Please don't give it to me straight. Be very use simple words, please.
Longer. I'm so tired.
So we met an archfey in which wanted information from us, in which we did not provide her, which we broke a mirror in which she was in, and while we tried to sleep, she came within the purple trees in which I have summoned us to. As she stabbed us with a weapon of sorts, which caused no damage but cooled our bodies, we all decided, okay, let me rephrase that. I decided to get the hell out of there, which means that anyone who came near me, I took the group and poured it back to my favorite place in the world, which is your library. Any other questions?
What did this archfey desire from you that caused such an issue?
She wanted to know about the Ruinwood elves, Torin, and so forth.
So it's a she, and
Yeah.
she wants Lysere and Torin, specifically.
There's more information about those two. Wasn't it Phelan or Phelan or Phelan? Isn't that what you asked for?
And you see
Do you
him.
know anything about Phelan?
You see him, like, think, and the blood drain from his face. She knew about Phelan's. She mentioned that name.
I believe so. Was that correct, Phelan? Mr. Peleno?
Oh, I'm looking at
Wasn't that from the first night you guys decided to light candles and all that?
trying to see what I wrote down. I don't have it written down.
Way to
Oh,
go.
you-
Let
No,
me-
you don't.
Welcome back. Where are you, Vork?
Huh?
Do you remember if the Archfey asked about Phelan, yes? Originally? And when she was originally in the glass? Or have I misspoken?
I feel like that was right.
I don't remember.
We're just gonna go with yes. Yes.
Oh.
I remember her just being very persistent about wanting to know about the Saturday and Torin.
Okay. You see him, like, very shakily put back the book he was reading on, and you very quickly notice that it's about vague histories of Faslonkort. But that aside, and he reaches into his breast pocket, pulls out a flask, and stares at the wall, undoes it, brings it to his lips, and drains the entire flask.
Come on.
Puts it away. So there is an archfey who knew about the Phalans. And not only that, she knew about the name in relation to how it affects the Sarian Tauren. You have to understand, until I told you that information, and the Sari before you, no one knew that name. It was the Secret Keeper's duty to protect that information.
The Phelan name?
Yes.
Oh, I had the Phelan name in my nightmares. I mean, dreams. Prophecies? I don't know anymore.
For 1,000 years, no elf has known that name. We have been unable to speak it in front of them. There is...
Yeah, there was someone I said Phelan to, and they kind of ghosted on me, like forgot what I was saying, and
Yeah, it was
kind of
the
lost. What was her name? The priest lady, right?
yeah the priest lady at Rowanwood.
Yes.
Has
Yeah,
that
priest lady.
written down.
There is some kind of curse on that name. The elves... It is impossible for them to speak of it before their minds are rattled. But
I
that
noticed
that archfey knew it. Are you understanding the gravity of what I'm trying to communicate?
I think so, but I'm still worried about the griffins.
Yeah, she said something about her being on vacation for a long time or something. I remember that. And
Where
she just wanted to.
were you when all this transpired?
In a dark forest in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, we don't really know where. It was really cold.
Very dense trees, miles and miles all directions was just trees. There's a mountain in the distance, I've been told.
I have to tell them. I gotta keep more secrets, not this and not from them. Now, how do you suggest I tell them that an archfey is hunting them by name, and a name that was not known until last week to the world at large?
Well, to be fair, there will be a battle of sorts creeping within the next 14 days upon Rowanwood anyway.
You see him put his head.
I don't think it'll shock him much more than what's happening now.
You see him put his head in his hands and just run it vigorously over his nose and eyes and rubbing his temples and messing his own hair. You are correct. What were you on a mission currently to do anything?
No, we were just exploring. Trying to find the hidden Empire spies and see if we could find them, question them, figure out things, get more details, but I misdirected my ability to teleport.
I'm sorry, my head was elsewhere. You teleported somewhere, why?
To try to find Empire mercenaries or spies and question them and figure if we could find out what they know about the upcoming war.
Okay. She won't leave the forest, not now. You don't understand the preparations that they're doing, and I do not know or understand all the details, but after leaving my study here a week ago, the Sarian Tauren went dark for 3 days. I at first thought that they were simply in need of space after my revelations, but no one received any responses from them until shortly before they arrived in Rowanwood on the evening of the 3rd day. Then, from all reports, they threw themselves into planning defenses of the forest. You must understand, as long as I have known them, they, especially Lysere, have always taken their duty to the forest and its peoples very seriously. But this is a new level, even for them. I don't.
So, do
Go
you
on.
know anything you can do to harm a Fae, an Archfey?
It depends on the level of power and renown. Archfey is basically something of a god. I don't have any experience or teachings, writings on this.
There's nothing in here written about Archfays or their powers. Did any of you by chance get the name of the Fae? Pel or Vor?
Selene Lysatra.
I
I butchered that first name.
I know of one, like almost an old wives' tale, child's tale, of a legendary weapon that has been lost to time that you know is said to be some sort of like nightmare to such creatures, but I don't know anything about it. It's very rough.
Was there a name by chance that you might have remembered from the story
Um,
of such weapon?
Fabane, I think. Very rough.
We have that already. Anything else?
You have that.
Yeah, of course.
Of course you do. Well, that would
Yeah.
come in
Why,
handy.
why would we not?
That would come in handy given our situation.
Yeah, we have one of those.
Gods help me. I don't
No,
know.
There was another.
Go ahead.
There was another dragon up in the sand plate, by the way.
Yeah, there's another red dragon. It was the son of the first red dragon, and we killed that one too.
Is there another empire too that I should worry about? You have the magic cure for every disease in the known world. What have you
Not
known that I do not?
we travel, man. We explore the world. We cause things to happen. We cause things to end. That's just how it is.
Look, I don't know what brought all this on. But
Did
what
you see
I
my great robe? I mean, look at this robe. I mean, this thing was in the treasure alone.
the height of fashion, let me tell you. But
I know.
listen, what I know, what I do know, is that Lyseri's new drive to protect her people. From what she told me the day everything came out, she believes there is something for her, something that might help, hidden at the memory tree. Are you aware of that legend? Have you already explored and conquered that quest?
We're still looking for the memory tree. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're still looking for that one.
But
I've had
you
a
have
dream
to-
of the memory tree, but I don't know exactly where it's at. You know, you kind of have to walk into it.
Yeah, it's weird. You can't
Yeah,
be
it's
looking
complicated.
for it.
Well, based on what I told her of Niam, her ancestor, she believes there's something to be there. Obviously, you would think it'd be something like this Fabane legendary weapon you have found, but that clearly wasn't even there, so it must be something different.
It was in a dragon's den.
Yeah.
Figures. With everything
Well,
she
sure.
and you told me, I have to believe she's right. And now, with this new information, it needs to be brought to light, whatever it is. If we are dealing with an enemy that is immortal, it is extremely important.
Aren't you glad that this is my favorite place to land? I can give you so much information whenever I come back.
He
She mentioned.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say she mentioned that she was a member of the Unseelie Court a whole lot.
He doesn't ignore you, but kind of brushes you off as he continues his own thought. But I also know that she cannot or will not leave her forest this close to invasion, so she can't go to her new, almost managing richer people. She would help with this. And I know she in turn would be grateful, but I certainly would be happy to help on their behalf, but I can't. I know you said you don't know where this tree is. He comes back to you after this train of thought. I know you said you don't know where the tree is, but I think it extremely important that this be our next objective as, well, I wouldn't, as the secret piece, albeit you are not members, but that would be the greatest concern of the world at large right now, is to find whatever information is being kept there, or weapon, or person, or thing. Far be it from me to direct on this area's behalf, but this is needed. Do you agree with this?
Yes.
I just wish you'd
But
give me a direction of where it was, because I'm tired of trying to find stuff that just happened when it wants to. That's annoying.
Do we have anybody that might have information on where this is? Any leads? Any thoughts? Anything that's been said in the quiet of hushed doors?
the only thing I've read on it said that to find the memory tree, you can't be looking for it. I don't know how to just wipe our minds of the thought of it and just go walking into the forest.
Let me see.
Vongren, I'm pardon my gnomish, but I'm very fucking tired.
I can reciprocate. And at this time, you let's see. We'll say, let me roll dice here. Munson, you get a ping in your mind. Good morning, my friends. How is your day? I tell you, you really must experience the entirety of a morning that is consisted of yoga and tea. It does wonders for the mind.
Let's see. I will respond. I already forgot her name already. Anyways, I'll just say, why morning, Kirky? We just got back from a field trip into the Dark Forest of meeting an Archfey in which seemed to have messed with us a little too much, and we teleported back to the stacks. Not my kind of thing to do.
After this, a message goes off for Pell. Have you all gained any progress with the next leg in our friendly contract?
Gurky, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm really tired. I seen like half my friends die last night, but didn't die. Let me take a nap, and we're gonna go find that fucking tree. I hope you have a good day.
Okay. The last message that is received is one to Vork. Are you with us, Vork? Nope, I'm not sure what happened. Maybe some computer's acting up.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Hey, buddy. You get a message in your mind. Where are you? Are you anywhere near the wilds as I have instructed?
No.
Okay. Just no, that's it.
Well, I'm gonna be like, no, I'm with the others. And what's it called? Cliff Craig? Is that where we're at?
So all of that. No, I'm with the others in, what was it called? No, Cliff Craig, where's it at? So yeah, he gets all that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, what, this isn't all of your number. What happened? Are we missing someone?
Yeah, we're missing some griffins and a bard guy. We left him behind.
Flint sends one to Gurky. Boss! Boss! We left Freckles. We're in Cliff Craig and we left Freckles.
That is darn good, Matt.
I'm trying. I'm trying to channel
But who was he saying that to?
to Gurky.
Gurky? Yeah. If If you're on Cliff Crag, I'll be there soon. Hold tight.
I just want to say, can he be our new Flint?
Dustin, here's how you fuck with everybody. You make us all roll when we get into a game,
See
and we
who
have to
plays
play
who.
everybody else's character.
Oh God, yes! I kind of want to do that now. That'd be hilarious to try and do.
Okay. So what are you guys doing at this time?
We're after him freaking out on us. I figure we'll go finish up our rest and get a nap in
Okay.
before we try to really do anything else.
Okay, you're in front of Ongren. Are you going to just leave, or?
Bongren, I love you. I hate coming at you and exposition dumping all over you, but I am tired. I'm going to bed.
Sure. Wait a moment. And he raffles through his pockets for a second, and he pulls out an old brass-looking key and hands it to you. Room number 16. It's about 200 feet towards my office on the right side. Easy to get to. And he goes back to his just murmuring to himself, and as he starts to walk away down the stacks.
Is there enough room for everybody?
Yeah, there should be. Yeah.
All right, let's go, guys. Start
Yeah,
spinning the key and whistling.
Let's finish our rest so I can rethink our strategy that I, accidentally pulled us away from. Scrolls back. So
So we head there and sleep.
Okay. So you guys move further into the interior of the Cliff Crag stacks, and as you walk there, let me grab my thingy here and fix this. As you move further into the stacks and progress towards what you believe to be the room that Vongren has lent you for the day, you see approaching from Vongren's office a servant who is being dismissed with a quick wave, and Gurki is walking quickly in your direction.
Oh God.
Hello. Sorry I'm late. I thought you were in the office. You were down in the stacks. Yeah, you were, at least I assumed, because you weren't there. Hi. So what is... we are missing several, and you seem very worse for wear.
I'm so tired.
Yeah, a couple of us went to the Astral Sea. Some of us got decent sleep while waiting. We're just trying to finish up a rest to figure out what we can do next. Cause once I finish my rest, I can use the horizon again and decide on my next destination potentially.
Well, fair enough, I suppose. So no progress on the tree then, I take it. You said you were...
Do you know anything about an Archfey? Not that I had to tell Pell to give him the name.
I can't remember her first name, but her last name's Lyasatra.
I'll tell you what. I see, Pell, you're holding a key. I assume you're headed to a room. Is that right?
Yes.
You take a rest, and he pats your arm. I'll come talk to you later. First, I will go speak to Vongren and get caught up. Is he still in the library?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We mind boggled him for you, so you'll have fun.
Okay.
Yeah, he got his world rock real quick.
Carry on. I'll catch you in shortly, in a few hours. And he just beelines towards the library.
Be careful, slow down.
Watch out for the slippery sign.
What's slippery? And then he just kind of stumbles as a foot slips, and he catches himself before he falls. He looks back at you and just turns around and stomps very carefully off.
Be careful.
Safety first. Except for this whole teleporting thing. I'm not very safe with this.
I trust you with it.
Well, I mean, I could say technically we haven't died yet, so
Yeah, that's true.
I may have left someone behind, but that was on his own voluntary.
We did try to tell him.
I told him 3 times. I should have grabbed a bird, so I should have grabbed a bird. I had room for one more. Could have taken the bird.
It was in the moment.
I know. I didn't. Yeah. Anyways, let's get some rest, and when we get back, we'll re-brainstorm.
Okay. You guys proceed to the room. It's familiar to you as it's very similar to the other room that was rented by you guys before. And you find that there are enough beds for what is all of you here. If you had all your party here, it would not be enough. But there are currently 5 beds.
Perfect.
And you all find a place to sit down and rest and do whatever you'd like to do for the time being.
Ella does the Ugbor thing where he just like face plants onto the bed.
Okay. You are immediately more comfortable than you've ever been in your entire life. As you guys sit here and rest and relax, maybe some of you sit back and consider what's happened in the last little bit. Some of you are rested, and the ones that choose to can rest their eyes for the next, we'll say, at least 2 or 3 hours, given the stress that's happened. You have to recoup some time. And after such time, you have earned a long rest.
Treat.
This motherfucking button.
So, flipping back over to Jeremiel for a moment. Jeremiel, you are flying over a lot of Faslonkort. And as you see the river, you're following the river south. And with Griffin's speed, it's, let's see here. Get the scale up. Yeah. With the Griffin's speed as it is, the Griffins are well fed, and you are even able to, with a little bit of effort and very carefully, you try to switch mounts mid-flight, realize how bad of an idea that was, and land the creatures momentarily back in the forest, switch mounts, then take to the air again. And being that they have that back and forth rest, you are able to fly for almost the entire day on Griffin back. Are you going to do anything else besides fly following the river?
I'll be, during the entire trip, I would be like scanning the horizon to see if there's any familiar landmarks besides just the river heading south.
Okay, make a survival check.
Come on, survival check. I only have a +2 in it. Do me good. Fuck.
Yeah, it's 2 better than last time.
No. At this level, the vastness of the landscape before you is just trees and water, and I mean, there's clumps where there's no trees. Like it's not entirely thick forest. There is like spots and clumps of clearings and little fields and meadows and some spots that have different species of trees, and you see some deer gallop through some meadows back and forth below you as they move, seeing the shadows above them. They get scared and flock off somewhere. But nothing strikes you as far as any recognizable landmark that you would identify on a map.
So weird. I'm by a river and there's forests all around us.
There's forest all around you. There was something mountainous or rough directly behind you to the north, and you're following a river south. That's all you know.
I would have thought maybe I would have been like along this river, but there's like no forest on that map.
Well, with that to be clear, everything west of this mark that is the Whistling Plains, all of that is the Scattered Wilds. Like
Yeah, so it would have been that. But then
like
again, it could have been this one as well.
all of this is forest, basically on and off.
Oh, so that's
Which
just one giant forest there.
yeah, like it's spots of forest, like all of that, all of this, all of that, there, even spots down here. All that is forest. Of course, there's the Rowanwood forest. There's a spot over here by Fiola of forest that is the Fiola
Okay.
thatch. There's a lot of stuff going on.
So this whole central part of the map is just a lot of forest. It's more than what is showing on this map. Okay.
Yeah,
Correct.
It's a
That
scattered
makes
wild.
that makes more sense. Like I thought it was just like one giant plain with spotted forest. Just where this map is. Okay, so that definitely helps me kind of think that this where I'm at is somewhere along this river here, or if the giant mountain is more kind of northeasternish, maybe even this river.
I will say though that you know which direction is north, east, south, and west based on the sunrise and your vantage from
Yeah.
the sky. You know that the only thing east of Cliff Craig is the Rowanwood Forest, for whatever that's worth.
But there's really no river that's inside the forest. I'm assuming this river is inside the forest.
Yeah, it's within the forest.
Okay. Double check out.
I'm just telling you that your intention is to eventually go to Cliff Craig, and Cliff Craig is due east of everything other than the Rowanwood Forest.
Yeah, but at this point, I'm hoping to see if there's any ocean or maybe even like Zon or Hopewell Harbor to try and make sure I know where the hell I am before I start flying off in a random direction. Since I have a clear indicator of where I am. With me flying all day, I'm assuming I would know the map a little bit by heart since I'm a nomad, nomadic background. So with me flying all day, would I know that it would be, flying along the river based off this movements and shape and its length? Would I know which river it is?
We'll say by about half day, you've traveled close to, I think it's about 15 miles or so, we'll say. And having traveled that distance and following the winds of the river, and even taking your griffins pretty high in elevation, you're able to eventually start to see the coastline. And based on the river, you know that you are roughly along the middle stretch of the Hopewell River.
The Hopewell River. Okay, so now I know where I am.
So with
How
that
are
said,
the-
you guys can assume that you were somewhere in this neighborhood when you came to the end of your teleport that failed.
Okay. What's the status on the griffins? Do they look hungry? Do they look tired? Do they look
They look a little
thirsty?
tired, a little like just done with this day already, but they don't show any signs of physical, ailment.
They're just more of a mentally like, fuck, these fuckers are dragging us everywhere.
Kinda, yeah.
Alright, so with me knowing where I am now, roughly, I am gonna go ahead and since I do I have enough rations and food? Yes, I do. I even still have a little bit of that salted beef that I can give to the griffin in emergencies. With me knowing where I am, I'm going to go ahead and start heading towards the direction of like shale, for
Okay.
example. Kind of like make that as my stopping point before finishing the travel to Cliff Craig.
So you're going where now?
So basically shale.
Okay, so you're just pointing yourself in the direction of shale.
Yeah, that I would know roughly.
Okay. So given everything, we'll say by the end of the day, when your griffins are too tired to carry on and they just start descending of their own accord, you are able to make it on the edge of the whistling. Basically on the edge of the Whistling Plains and Scattered Wilds is where the griffins touch down as of early evening.
So as we land, I'm gonna pat both of them on the flank, on the side, be like, "All right, you guys are good girls. I promise I'll give you a treat for having to fly you all this way and a vacation."
Gotcha. So with all your travel done, we'll say you get right about here. And
Okay.
you'll see something to this effect. We'll say... where did it go? Oh, jeez, where did I put it? Yeah, something to that effect where the Whistling Plains are just maybe a couple more miles out of the tree line.
Well, at least it's a very beautiful place to spot. Is there actually water there? Like, is there some fish and whatnot?
This little creek is not big enough for fish, other than maybe some small minnows, but it's it's lively. There's at least a water source.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and restock my water skin. I'm gonna pull out a pound of salted beef for each of the griffins to eat.
Okay. So you make camp over there and try and figure out where where you're headed, exactly how long it'll take to get there. There's a lot going through your mind, but at least you have means of transportation, have a destination, have direction, and are currently not in apparent danger.
Hopefully, no more Wendigos. I don't know how fast they fuckers run.
So, give me 1 second so I can check on something before we come back to the other guys.
Okay. Through.
Okay, believe it or I'm back. Believe it or not, I didn't plan for any of that, so I have to check some notes.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
Oh, I don't want him to be ready all the time. I gotta
Right?
fuck with this world sometimes.
Right?
Okay,
Yeah, we
so
gotta make sure he pops up some fucking creatures like Wendigos every once in a while. Let him have his fun.
you'll see on the recording that was already there. They were on the DM layer. They were ready to go.
Well, like I said, I was letting you have your fun. That's why I stayed behind.
Oh, wrong part of Cliff Crag. Where am I at?
No, that's the right part. That's the best part.
There we go. So, Vorik, Pell, Munson, Flint, and Ugbor, all of you have now had a long rest.
How do you do a long rest on the...
I have mine set up with long rest already set. If you go to your, do you have it on roll 20 or do you have it on D&D Beyond?
on roll 20 for Flint.
He might not have it set up yet. Top right, where his core bio spells, and there's a little cogwheel to the right of that.
Mm-hmm.
Click the cogwheel, and then in the right section, you'll see, scroll down past where it says like the show global attacks, all that. It'll go all the way down until you find the word short/long rest. You do it right before the launch level 1 character mancer.
Oh, okay.
Turn that on. Go back to core, and then you'll see, scroll down, you'll see underneath his pawns and flaws that it'll say short
I
rest,
see
long
it.
rest. Just click
Okay.
long rest. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
There you go.
I'm actually having a weird issue with my character sheet.
I did that
It's
in
not
his head.
casting spells?
No, it's no, I'm not able to scroll all the way down. It's like cutting off, and I'm
Yeah,
like
that-
trying.
That just means the second half's not valuable. You'll be fine.
How many hit
Oh,
points did Flint have?
Huh?
I said, how many hit points did Flint have, Dustin?
I do
Because
not
like
know.
I did that. I think I seen 75.
Oh, did it reset his hit points?
Yeah, like it just disappeared on him.
Did he not have his point maximum set?
Oh, I mean, his current hit points is 75. You just typed it in there?
Yeah.
Should have had, I don't know.
I don't know.
75 sounds right.
Yeah, we'll fix it later. It'll be fine.
Also shows he's level 11.
What? Okay.
Instead of 12.
Yeah.
Well, he and I will have a talk and fix that, and we'll be generous. We'll be generous. Okay. So, all right, yeah. You guys wake up of your own accord in different states, rested but maybe still groggy. A lot going on in your mind. Um, this is, as far as you know, day 13. So what are you doing?
So 13
but-
left.
As far as you know.
Give it up for day 13.
Oh, alright. Alright. Now that we're rested, what do we. Pal. Wake up, pal. Come on, buddy.
I'm up. I'm
Okay.
just looking at my prayer book.
Flynn, I'm sorry for Griffin. I'm sure Bardman's taking care of it for you. Just think positive.
My sweet Freckles. She's too good for this world.
Well, she'll be okay. She'll be okay. Do what? Alright. Alright. I'll do my lookout, see if there's a Gurky coming through by the door by chance. If not, I'll tell the group, well, you guys wanted to port to Steve, right? And that was the original plan?
Doing what now?
Talking for Pell and them. The original plan was to port to Steve, right? That's where y'all wanted to port to, right?
I think Ugor mentioned that.
Originally?
How would that work?
How would it work?
Steve is never in the same place.
No, that's
No,
Rogue.
Steve, the map. Or the town.
Never mind. Steve's named after. Okay, yeah, never mind.
There we go. Anyway, so the last I heard, you guys are kind of wanting to go to Steve. You guys want to find some mystery creature or the Empire. So I took upon my own decision to port us, try to get us to Sumberfrost, or the Big Red Circle.
Well, we got somewhere cold.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's where we went to, but there's no way I can duplicate that, so we need to figure out either one, how to get back to the Bard, two, go and warn Rowanwood for the Archfey that is now seeming to have summoned into this world, or three, we would continue heading to the wilds and see if we can find the dream tree for Gurky.
Yeah, I'm good for trying to find the memory tree. He seemed pretty adamant about going to the wilds to find it that way.
Yeah.
And Steve is close to the wilds, as far as like that map had, at least.
Yeah, the map shows it's basically in the wilds. It's the northern half of the wilds, but
Yeah.
But at the same time, maybe we can run out and check to see if he by chance got more griffins in or some other flying creatures that we could potentially purchase.
We could do that.
Maybe see if there's enough for everybody instead of just a couple of us.
Yeah, it would be convenient.
Yeah. And this time not leaving them stranded like we did the horses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can send Jeremiah. What do you want to go try to see if there's griffins first? If there's not, then
See if they have griffins or any kind of flying creature that would, maybe even a large one that could hold more than one of us. Or
yeah.
no,
If they don't, we could just try to get to Steve.
I mean, the travel time, I would say, from where we are to Steve is, that'd be, without steeds, I would say that's probably 7-8 days travel
Yeah.
from Cliff Crag.
For
What do you think? What do you think, Bork?
yeah.
Um,
Hitting your dad and Steve.
it's supposed to be. Oh no. I mean,
I mean,
well, we could travel. I mean, I guess, but
we could do what?
I just travel there. But
No, like I said, I mean that could potentially take like 6 to 8 days to travel if we don't get stopped in between
Yeah,
stuff.
it's a lot
We
of
only
time.
got about 13 days until the big battle's supposedly happening.
do they have a port there?
I'm not sure. I'd have to ask around here and see if they know of one. It'd still be a percentile guess.
I mean, hell, try it. YOLO. Well, I guess.
I was gonna wait for Gurkha to get here, see exactly what we're doing with him before we decide to go find mounts, and if not, then we can just do another teleportation maybe.
He said he'd be around whenever we woke up.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's gonna be in the stacks in the center library waiting for us, talking to the other gentleman.
Well, if we're near Vongren's office, I'll stop in there.
Alright.
Okay, so you guys gonna leave your room to go to Vongren's office, or what is your plan?
Yes, head towards Vongren's office.
Okay. Get up and leave the room is basically in the same shape you found it, other than maybe some messy beds, some messy bedding. You leave and close the door and walk down the inner catacombed hallway that is the interior of Cliffcraig. There's very little people around here compared to what it usually is, but maybe it's time of day. It's hard to say. You find your way to Vongren's office, not hard because you've been there several times at this point. And making your way up to the door of his office, you are able to hear talking inside from what you believe to be Vongren and Gurkeen.
Knock on the door.
The talking stops. Yes, come in. And you hear the of books shutting and papers being rolled and put away.
Alright, it's alright, guys. It's just us.
Greetings, Pellinol and friends. Just leave that out, Gurkee. It's fine. You guys are a little earlier than I expected, and we are later than we expected. There was much to talk about. Well, I think I am caught up and thoroughly traumatized. Well, it has been discussed, and he looks to Vongren and back to you, mainly addressing Pellinol, but shots to everybody else. But he's just choosing Pellinol as the focus of the conversation. We have discussed that, although it has not been immediately ordered by Miss Bainbreeze, that she has enough on her plate to not have to worry about this. And we believe, as some of the beings of the most inclusive intelligence at the current moment, to urge you, or if not you, then we can try to send somebody else, but they'll probably die in the process, of finding the memory tree. This being because, well, there is now a new player at play, and we believe that whatever is there will be essential to helping us figure out how to not... I won't say win, I'll say not lose the war that's coming.
Oh, don't be so gloomy. We're gonna
You're
we
still
got
saying
this.
it's in the scattered wilds, right? That's what you're assuming, or maybe potentially.
Yes, my intel that I have, a Harengon who is, I believe, I have every reason to believe he is now passed from Sunder, had relation to people who tend to the tree. And from what he described to me, it is located somewhere between the townships of Hopewell Harbor and Steve, in that neighborhood, I think.
A
But
weird question, Gurky.
yes,
Do you have anything from the memory tree? Like any item or like a branch or something from it?
funnily enough, I don't, because the secret, the tree, is of a nature that you leave things, not take things. Bless you.
Okay,
He's
sorry.
allergic to
I
the
thought I had
forest.
my mic back.
Well, fiddlesticks.
And the secret piece believes it to be best to throw what we have left of our weight behind Lisseri and Torin. Thereby, we don't have many others besides you to send. So, with us being strapped, as it were, I believe, I agree, it will be best to seek this out, as although it is unknown, we have little other cards to play, and this will be the most help, I hope.
Do you know if there's any more, since we've been gone so far, have they gotten any more flying mounts arrived in town? Does anybody know?
Not that I am aware of. We have had very few resources. There's been very little trade. And the Griffins are typically of Empire descent. They have an entire bastion of Griffin riders in their army, and they have a, we'll say, a local monopoly on the nests that breed them.
So you're telling me we were riding Empire mounts? Oh man.
There are certainly are Griffins in the wilds, but we don't have any tales on that. And if you find some, you're more than welcome to try and tame them. But we have not had any influx recently.
I'm sure Jeremiah is a great influencer. He'll be able to control a couple extra for us.
As well, it might be prudent to mention that there might be some in Fisk of the Rowanwood, but that would not be advisable, as Fisk is a safe haven for animal craft and things. And not only are they not tamed, it would be a bad notion to try to use them in such a way. They don't believe in such things over there.
Well, shite. See.
Well,
I don't know if I can be much help, but if you are headed to the tree, then I feel that I would need to accompany you, seeing as how I no longer have an easy means of transportation to incorporate myself into your group at my whim.
That's true.
I have a question looking at Flint's thing now.
Mhm.
So, Flint spending time with Gurky's bag of holding.
Mhm.
Flint can make a bag of holding. Could he make one like Gurky's?
Can he make a bag of holding? I wasn't sure. I wasn't aware that was a thing he could do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, as an artificer, yeah, you can make a bag of holding.
Heck yeah, dude. Yeah, he could totally do that. It would take twice as long, but he could do that. What's the feat or the thing that I can look up so I can be aware of
It's just his infusions.
It's an infusion, yeah.
that? Gotcha.
It should be like a... I can't remember, but it's one of the first level things that you can like make as an artificer.
Cool, cool.
Artificer, however people want to pronounce it.
Yeah.
But I also don't know how to... Because usually
It's a replica magic item. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Second
usually
level
like...
artificer.
Using this infusion, you replicate a particular magic item. You can learn this infusion multiple times. Yeah, so you can do that. Is there? Let's see. Choose the level
I
must
don't know how
be.
to do it on this character sheet, but I know usually like you have to spend like a long rest doing your infusions over.
Yeah.
As this is a new morning, technically, yeah, he could have done it overnight to this morning.
Yeah, especially because that bag went a couple days ago, technically.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, I would see no problem in that if you wanted to do that. It would still be relatively incomplete right now. It would take probably another day to finish crafting the second half of the bag, being that this is a specialty item that has 2 halves of a pocket dimension. But yeah, that would be allowable.
Hey, boss, I think I can remake that bag for you.
Oh, if you could, that would be splendid. That was a very particular item that people don't really care to make freehand, a two-sided hole, as it were. So yes, that would be very nice.
It just might take me another day or something to finish it out. I
Well,
feel like I'm slowly turning into like a Brooklyn accent.
Gerke turns to Vongren. Cliff Crag is as good a place as any for me to take a short siesta. Maybe grab a nice drink while I'm here.
Okay, so we try teleportating again. Is that what we're talking about here? Or do you guys want to try to manually travel this?
I would recommend against it if you're trying to give me a bag that you have to make by tomorrow.
Yeah, we could stay another night, and I guess wait on Jeremiah to come.
You know how far away he is?
I believe,
It's only been a couple hours,
yeah.
so I'm sure he doesn't know where he's at yet.
Yeah, I believe you
I
guys have
can-
spoken today.
I
Well,
will
Not
send him a
not
message
yet.
first.
Yeah.
Not yet, technically. So
I wanted to wait a little bit more into the day since, I don't know. Yep.
All right. Well, I will go ahead and send you a message,
Oh, okay.
and I'll be like, "Hey, we're gonna go to Steve to try to find the memory tree." Hold on. Hey, we're gonna go to Steve to try and find the memory tree. We need another day for Flint. Where are you?
I'm just screaming out loud. Fuck! Okay, shoot. Can you pull up the map real quick
this is
again?
only like 3 hours into your trip.
Yeah, but, yeah, I probably wouldn't know where I am at this point.
No, not with a 4 or a 6.
Yeah.
No, you know that you're on the edge of the Whistling Plains. Probably, at least that's where you started your day. By now, you would have taken the Griffins in that direction. You would eventually get into the plains, but you aren't sure exactly where you are. They're very vast. They're very flat, and other than maybe seeing the edge of the sand plate rises in the far distance, you wouldn't know exactly where you were.
Okay, so I am where I landed. It's just now that, right?
Yeah, I mean that's where you start.
The time things are getting a little weird. Okay.
Yeah, that's where you started the day. You guys are in the same time of day, and if you just headed east, let me get back to the map. If you just headed east from where you were, you would basically be roughly here, but you wouldn't be able to know how long it's going to take you. You won't see any immediate landmarks in the nearby distance. So you, as the character, don't know much more than you're roughly here and you're above the plains.
I thought it took him the whole night to go from like here down to here.
Yeah, this is just like in the short time of day that it is currently with you guys.
Well, because from here to here, you said it took him like 17 hours or most of the day.
Or did I move them further than I think I did?
And we only slept 3 hours, so I wasn't
Yeah,
sure
that's
how the
why-
time and speech
Yeah.
would make sense.
Okay, I probably moved them
Yeah.
further than I meant to. But this, I mean,
Alright,
just now.
so that's where I am right now at this point in time, then, right?
Yeah,
3 hours in, that's where he's at?
yeah, something like that. We'll say, just for now.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, shit. Okay, let me check this out.
Because let me get my travel distance back up so I can remember.
Is northwest considered one, or sorry, northeast considered one word?
One word, yeah.
Okay.
So what did we say? That with the Griffins, it was 60 miles a day, fast, travel speed. Or do we remember?
Sorry, we're talking about.
The Griffins, was that 60 miles a day travel distance, or do we remember what that was?
I believe it was. See, Griffins were 60 by that. For a full 10-hour day, I think it was. I think they made a mile every 20,
I see
30
72
minutes.
miles.
Okay. I was like, 'cause I thought it was a mile every 30 minutes for them or something.
I think it's 8 miles per hour.
Okay, so we'll say like
8 miles
70-ish
per hour.
miles, which 50.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So like 16 and a half feet on the map. Yeah, you can get roughly there. Well, we'll say you burned like a little bit. So you can get roughly there if you traveled straight east on a day.
And we're about close to half a day now. Well, no, not even half a day.
I mean, you just went a couple hours so far.
Yeah. Alright, so if we're gonna be okay, well my time okay. Alright, so if that's like a day's travel, I can be there in 2 days. I was thinking 5 days. Fuck, okay. Um 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
I think no matter which way you go, it's going to be like 2 days for you.
Yeah, so it's 2 days burn either way, but if so, are you guys? If you guys travel to Steve first and then try to find the memory tree, you won't be able to give Gurky the bag of holding to transit through because he wanted to go to the memory tree with you. You can do that and just ignore that request. You could go to.
I was just gonna teleport and make Gurky go with us.
Okay, I mean that's possible as well if he decided to do that.
Alright, here's my response.
Calm down, Melissa.
Here's my response. Griffin's fine, found where we crashed, attacked by packs of Wendigo. Northeast Hopewell, BF Steve, ETA 2 days. Griffins need vacation.
Alright, I think he's about 2 days away from Steve, so we can go ahead and head that way. Clint, the Griffins are fine. He said Freckles was being a very good girl. Was she really? Yeah, the best girl. Good. And then he's content and smiles. And doesn't talk for a little bit now.
Sure.
So Gertie, you just want to come with us?
Not particularly. I was actually working myself into looking forward to a bit of dwarvish ale, but work is work.
Hey, Sunder wasn't built in a day.
It sure was destroyed in one.
That's true.
More like an hour.
A very short amount of time. Oh, Rorik, didn't you mention something about somebody saying Bayside fell?
Rorik?
Huh?
But didn't you mention something about Bayside falling? Somebody sent you a message or something like that?
Yeah, that guy that talks to me through this stone randomly said that Bayside is fell.
Don't forget, at this time you do recall who Brewster is.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, Brewster. I don't think anybody here has met him. He was a acquaintance, kind of like a help in Bayside. Reached out and said that Bayside is fallen. I don't know where everyone went to. But I wonder how fallen. Like, are we fallen as in Sunder, or maybe we should find out. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna pull out that sending stone
Hmm.
and shoot Brewster a message,
Okay.
and just be um, and just be like, how? Where are you? How bad is Bayside? We can come help.
It takes a moment for your message to be received, thought about. Eventually, you get a reply. I didn't expect to be hearing from you again. Well, the society I was a part of is no more. Bayside, not good. Camping north of the river, north of Bayside.
They said Bayside no good.
Bayside, no bueno.
Like Pell look over at Bobber. You guys heard about that yet?
Um, no. What is it? And he takes his glasses off and lays them on the desk.
Bayside fell apparently.
No, he hadn't heard about that. It's unfortunately not surprising. We haven't had focus in that area much after the incident at Sunder.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of hitting all the coastal areas.
Nothing interior is incredibly important other than Cliffcrag. Hmm. Did I hear you say you wanted to try to find the memory tree by way of Steve?
Yeah, I figured the wilds are right below Steve, so we could just go down from there. Munson has this really good map.
We have teleportation there, if that would make it easier for you. That's where we. That's basically our secret pieces, safekeeping. Well, you know that. I think that some of you have some of your loved ones there already. We have quick teleportation there if you would benefit from that.
Yeah, we would take that in a heartbeat instead of me trying to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, it is at your disposal if it is on mission on behalf of the secret piece, and at this point all the Faslonkort.
Alright, yep, we need to get there so we could head down and see if we can find the tree before the war.
Okay, well, the teleportation circle is over there through those doors. You're familiar, and you can use this circle here. And he picks up a book that's on the table, but it's small enough to be a book that he can fit in his pocket. And he flips to the page and shows it to you.
I'll study it real quick. And then once I believe I have it studied and kind of ritualed, then I will go over to the portal and use my, let's see, I gotta make sure I can roll it right. Let's see, 7th level. Where's my dice? Let's take a look. 2 chances. That'll be an 18, yep, so I can cast it in the first try. Cool.
There you go.
Take a slot though. Well, not a slot, but take a spellbook slot. So yeah, when ready, we can go and do that, and I can teleport us to Steve instantly with teleportation.
Oh, fine. I'll go. Gosh, I was really hoping to get some ale, but later, I suppose.
Hey, they might have some there.
I doubt it. It's kind of a dry county.
With a name like Steve, who would have imagined?
Pal, make sure you inform Jeremiah that that'd be the direction we will head if you want him to flip a Yui and go the other direction from where he believes he is at.
Alright, one more sending to Jeremiah. We're heading to Steve. We're heading to Steve. Do a Yui and meet us there. Try to hurry if you can. Be careful.
Okay. Do you see anything in reply? Mr. Jeremiel?
He's wrecked the griffins.
Uh-oh.
He tried to jump from one to the other and missed.
J-Money. Oops, I closed the window.
Sorry, my mother came in. What's up? What did I miss?
You were messaged.
I was messaged.
But not physically, you were messaged by Pell.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I had my headset off and everything. What was the message you compel?
I just said, we're heading to Steve. Do a Yui and meet us there if you can. Please be careful. Kisses.
Ran out of room for the hugs.
Okay. I respond. Already did. Be there 2 days. Hugs and kisses. Hugs and kisses. Hugs and kisses.
All right, he's gonna meet us there. I think it left him a little bit lonely. Just leave him.
Okay. So, Jeremiel, you rear the griffins and turn them around in the sky and just start galloping back in the other direction, your scenery being reversed. You seeing everything you've already passed again. All your progress undone from the last day. Or from the last little bit, anyway.
That
And-
horse name was perfect fucking timing, by the way. Before continue, once I get to the river, I'm gonna go ahead and make a short, like, little rest for the griffins. They're like just like a 1-2 hour rest,
Okay.
so that way they can make sure they have a good energy. I can probably try and do maybe some like light fishing to maybe give them something fresh instead of the salted beef I gave them.
Sure.
So
You're on nobody's schedule but your own. You have 10 hours of effort to travel in the day, and taking the time out to let them relax and get some proper food is not a bad idea. So that said, your message goes out to Jeremiel. He has acknowledged your direction. What are you guys doing now in Vanguard's office?
We will head over to the portal and port into Steve.
Okay. You walk through the doors into this circular stone room. You see the arcane enchantments of the circle inscribed on the floor of his office. And using the information for the circle of Steve you now have entrusted to you, you get your group all in the room and cast the spell. And as soon as you complete the spell and release the magic, you and all your friends are lifted slightly up into the air and then dropped onto your feet, materializing in the city of Steve. Now, let me adjust a couple things because this is different. Let me do this.
Gotta feed my dog and let him out real quick anyway.
Go ahead.
Just teleport him with us, he'll be fine.
Well, they don't have that in there yet. That's upsetting. Okay. Let's see. What about this one? That would be good. I'm doing two things. I got to try and find a little bit of music that matches the atmosphere of that town, and I'm going to flip to that page on the visual.
Oh yeah, I forgot you guys teleported to Steve.
Yep.
Looks like I think I might have a few days extra time in Steve to explore before you guys arrive. Nope.
Give this one a go.
So we're finally visiting the famous village of Steve.
Okay. Wait for Bill to get back. I do have that in my visual library, don't I? Let me see.
I'll be here.
Awesome. There it be. Okay.
Just letting you know,
So-
Dustin, if the founder wasn't named Steve or everyone's not named Steve, I'm gonna be disappointed. Just saying.
Yeah, prepare yourself. As you guys,
Everyone's name is Bob.
They just named it Steve just to fuck with everyone.
as you guys land in the city of Steve, you find yourselves in the interior of a some sort of great hall. At the very end corner of a hall is a circular cutout of the building, kind of like a spire that isn't enclosed. And in that circle is this teleportation circle receiving end of the spell. Above you there is many rings of chandeliers that have candles upon them, candelabras. And there's tables and people are playing music and there's dancing, and it is basically the one and only mead hall that is in this area. At least that's what it appears to be. And looking around, you see that there are not a lot of people. There's enough to have a good time. There's a couple humans, the odd half-elf, a dwarf, one or two small gnomes over there. Flint recognizes his mother and child. And on the side wall of this establishment, the first one to notice you and come over from his work is a gentleman who was working on what appears to be some sort of arcane research. Just a little bit of dabbling in maybe some alchemy of sorts, looking at different ingredients and combining them in mortar and pestle, maybe making some potions, or at least taking notes and seeing what happens. And as the gentleman turns and goes over to you, Vorik, you see before you, approaching you with a curious look, is your friend Laszlo. And Laszlo,
Vorik!
I'll say Laszlo real quick so you have some perspective. This is the place Laszlo was retreated to with the help of Hennekergax, the tiefling in Tarmer, that helped you get to where your father was after you believed him dead. And you have been here working alongside your father and E7, the Warforged, who is part of the Secret Peace, looking at different aspects of science combined magic with bits of the following up on your father's pursuits of agriculture, looking at growing different crops in greater amounts, and other studies that help society at large. And you have been here researching these things along with some of your music and other things, honing your skills slightly to try and better all of society. And currently are working on different potion ingredients and seeing what you can find as far as what different components can do when combined with other components, and seeing what the possibilities are with the local herbs in creating potions that might benefit the area.
Orc,
Oh.
what the hell are you doing here? I'm trying to remember his voice. I can't remember it.
Yeah, that's roughly it.
This is him, by the way. If it loads. There you go.
Oh yeah, they didn't get to meet Laszlo.
Hmm.
Nope.
Didn't he just like fucking? Well,
Fuck
I'll
off.
see you. Whoop! Like he just like
Dude,
disappeared or something.
he got fucked up by a Wendigo in the first fight and said, "Fuck this."
Oh yeah, was that one I killed when he ran away?
Yeah.
I think so. Well, Vork, is that you?
It is.
I mean,
Probably
you
look.
Yeah, you look better, but you still look like hell a little bit.
I feel like
the-
it, sir.
Lazo's like staring at his throat. What the fuck?
To be fair, he's in a golem skin still.
Oh my god, you look awful.
I'll take the golem head off. Like pulling a hood down or something.
But no, there's no head on this, remember?
Oh, okay, so it's just my head and this nasty
Yeah.
looking body.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's even better.
I was gonna say, that didn't help any. Oh, who's this, Vork? You know this guy?
What's he gesturing to?
The Pale is asking.
Okay, good. Yes, this is Pale. He kind of helped me get over how I used to be.
Oh,
Pale, you should introduce yourself.
hello there, little dude. I'm Pale, like Vork said. Hey, you're big. Holy shit.
Flint has totally
Oh.
disregarded all of this and has beelined for his family, and goes over and wraps his wife and children in a big hug, and has started conversation with them.
Who?
Flint.
Oh.
Who are the rest of these guys? Ugbor, you're looking good, looking pretty strong. What happened to your eye? Man, what the fuck happened to you guys?
I mean, we killed a dragon,
Oh,
but we've done plenty of other things. That's just kind of the most successful.
well, welcome to Steve. There's not a lot to do here. I've just been like, messing with potions and stuff.
What's there to
get some
do?
luck.
Here.
Well, what's there to do, Dustin?
So you asked what there is to do in this town?
Yes.
Yeah, he's asking.
Okay. So Laszlo would be able to communicate that there is little more in this town than this one hall and a generalized workshop where people can make things if they are so inclined to use the tools that they have, and people's homes. This town was basically formed as a settlement that came about because of the creator of E7. E7's creator, named Steve, traveled north to get away from the Empire and try and just do a little bit of his own personal soul searching and research. And after finding a peaceful place in this area, Steve decided to use his research and efforts to creating something that could be of use in keeping him company and also keeping him aid in his research, something that would be both tool and friend. And he tried many attempts to make this vision in his head come to life. And only after the 7th attempt was he able to bring some semblance of life into the machines that he was trying to make. And the result of that was the birth of E7, the Warforged. And E7 helped him build a couple buildings of this town, the startings of this grand hall and the tool cupboard. And as time grew on, people passed through in this area almost always needed help because this area is so far remote in the north of the wilds. And when they found Steve, he was so friendly to them that eventually some of them decided to plant roots. And some people reached out to their friends who brought other people. And a little community has grown and sprouted around the kindness of the person that was Steve, who has since passed. E7 now maintains this township and helps everybody nearby that he can. There are no temples, there are no industries. It is simply a small gathering of people taking care of each other. So, as far as entertainment, there isn't much more beyond these walls, but they have enough to keep them happy.
Yes, basically, Vort, this place was built by nerds that like to make robots. I'll tell you what a robot is here in a little bit. It was a little bit for me at first, but you know, I figured it out eventually. But yeah, this place has no bitches. I'm the hottest thing here. And I'm part devil. He pulls out his lute and just starts strumming a little bit. This?
And Vorik, you notice that Laszlo has gotten significantly better at playing his lute than he was when you last met him, the little bit that he did play for you.
Oh god, hold on. I want to roll it again for old time's sake. Yeah, a little bit better.
There you go.
Yeah, so I just you know, been hanging out, not almost dying the first night I met you guys. You look like you have been dying. Yeah, he did. He did die. Oh.
During all this
Well,
conversation is happening where Laszlo is giving the group the laydown of the township, what are Vorik and Munson doing?
Well, I don't really see any purpose of this town in my aspect. I see everyone knows each other. So, let's see, what do I have? We're just in the center of the tavern, basically, right now.
Yeah, more or less. You're off to the side. There's like a series of three. There's three series of tables that go up and down the main part of the hall, and you're off to the corner.
Do I see any visible things? Any kind of scrying on us? Anything with my rub of eyes that are always active?
You do not.
Anything in the ethereal plane within our area of 120 feet?
There's always some wisps of ethereal energy and different weird things that come through every now and again. But there's nothing that causes you alarm. Every once in a while there might be some the spirit of some creature that's just wandering to and fro between worlds, but nothing of importance.
Okay. I guess I'll sit down and have an ale. I haven't had one of those before.
Well, you go where you think the ale would be, and there's no bartender here. There's just a series of baskets and a door that opens occasionally with someone bringing food out to place on the tables and for public offering. And you go to retrieve some drink and maybe some food, and you go to one of the casks that's there and grab a cup off the table and pour yourself a drink. And you go to drink it, and it's just fruit juice.
Interesting. I will spice it up and make it taste like dwarven ale.
Okay.
And I'll get Gurky one, and I'll do the same thing for him, so he can pretend he's having it without the drunkenness.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. I was beginning to feel like a seventh wheel, but you've made me feel right at home.
Well, I'm always a seventh wheel when it comes to these kind of groups. Not my style, I would say. Let's sit and talk, shall we? While they all kind of see each other and have a moment of rejoice. We're waiting for the bard to get here anyways, and Flint, after he's done with his family, has to finish creating your portal bag anyways, so. Oh, I got a new item recently, Mr. Gurky.
Is that right? Anything fun?
As far as I can understand, it can turn me into something of your state for a short period of time.
Is that right?
Yes. It was found in the cave.
Well, use sparingly. I know that my new item is quite something.
Yeah. Other than that, I got this robe, obviously, which, with the robe, would I be able to see the difference of him? No. No, it wouldn't. No, it doesn't. It does stay invis, but it doesn't do anything about
Correct.
Yep. Correct, okay, cool. I don't want to see the robe anyways. Too much work.
Gurky raises a finger up and pokes one of the eyes on your robe.
I felt that.
Did you really?
No.
I didn't believe you.
But it's really cool though. I can see twice as far. I can see into ethereal pain lanes. At nighttime, I basically have almost day vision. Yes.
Well,
Quite
handy, I
interesting.
assume, at least.
Yes, and I have a owl outside, kind of watching from the rooftop to make sure nothing weird or anyone's coming at us while we sit and enjoy ourselves a imaginary mead, I guess, as this place seems to be quite dry of such deliciousness.
Gurky stops mid-drink and swallows quickly, puts down his cup. For a robe covered in eyes, it's very handy.
Oh, very much indeed.
And he just kind of waves because you didn't laugh at his joke.
Laszlo's over in the corner. Lame!
Yeah, the jokes for Munson. Yeah, that would have been way over his head.
Okay.
Yeah, then I just kind of bullshit with Gurky for a little while they kind of gather their feet and kind of figure out what they're doing. So Gurky can have somewhat of a civilization. It's kind of a social buddy.
Cool deal.
Well, Vork, it was lovely to see you again. And Laszlo will go over and give you a hug. But he'll, like, gingerly touch the back of you. You too, Ugborg, and come over and give him a hug. But, I'm gonna go do some things with my dad real quick. If you need me, you can find me. I'm the only, well, I guess the second purple person here now. And he runs away, so I don't have
To
to.
be fair, I'm blue.
Close.
Okay.
Oh, different shades.
Pale's purple, though.
Yeah.
Judgy
Okay.
bastard.
Is somebody else doing anything particular?
Flint is kissing his wife on the mouth.
Mm-hmm. Sure enough.
He's
Well-
like looking over her. You ain't whispering to her, you ain't a changeling, are you?
She looks at him very curiously. What's a changeling?
It's these people that can, like, change their entire face and body. I had a weird fucked up dream that you turned into a changeling and I got scared. Also, I love a bird. Its name is Freckles, it's the best girl.
She tells him something to the effect of, I don't believe so, but if I was, we'd have a lot more fun.
I could attest to that.
Yeah. He's like doing the rock eyebrow wave.
Well, are you guys planning to stay in the settlement of Steve for any lengthy time?
Well, I reckon we have to wait on Jeremiah anyway.
Okay, so you're going to wait for him to cross the breadth of the wilds, and then and once he's there, the rest of the group turn around and then head back the opposite direction. Okay?
No rest for the wicked.
Well, Jeremiah, we'll head back to you now. And
Alrighty. I'm interested. By the way, was this always a thing? If you double click the top bar of your character screen, it will like minimize it.
Yep.
I've never noticed that before until today.
Yeah, it's always been there.
Oh, dude, that would have been helpful. Too long ago.
Well, let me find my thing and move it to the other thing.
Gotta get this thing to go to this thing, and then that thing to go to here, this thing.
DM's got a lot of things.
Exactly.
So, you currently, at the end of your day, if they're choosing to stay in Steve, it's not hard for them to find lodging, at least temporarily. So they are pretty well taken care of in that area. But you, however, are having a little bit more rough of a time. Not incredibly so, but you make it to roughly here-ish by the time it goes to be kind of towards the end of the day, like so towards later evening when your mounts are kind of getting worn out. So you let them take a rest and kind of retire your day. You find a spot that's, let me ask you, do you choose to camp in or land in a spot that's more plains or more wooded? Because the scattered wilds are clumped pockets of forest and pockets of hilly knolls and openings.
I want to say in a more open area. If there's like no like little like coves or little caves and divots or something,
Mm-hmm.
I can take shelter in, then I would rather do it in the open.
Okay.
Especially after dealing with the Wendigo, and I know that we're not too far off from there. So,
Okay.
hey, easy. How you doing? So I'd rather do it out in the open in the plains.
Okay. So if you're looking for an out in the open area, you find what you think is the kind of an easy open spot, and you land your griffins. You look around and don't think that there's anything nearby. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Right?
21. You land and you start to tie off the griffins, and you wait and just kind of stretch your legs and look around. And look around some more. You listen, try and get an establishment on your area. And you don't hear anything immediately bad, except for off in the distance, there is what seems to be a little bit of smoke and a little bit of light coming through. Like the patch of trees that you're looking at is a little thin, and you can tell on the other side of that patch where there's another clearing, there seems to be something of a little campfire that's been set up.
How far away is the campfire?
A couple 100 feet.
I want to risk it. Go in, or do I want to stealth my way to determine who it is? How far away? Like, am I now within like Empire borders?
Nope. These are the scattered wilds. The town of Hopewell Harbor and everything all the way over to the city of Zan, and is wilds. Like Zan and everything south of it is Empire, but here in the scattered wilds, it is basically undisputed. Like it's just open. And
So it's just like a bunch of like just yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and lead my griffins to the campfire and hope that they are friendly.
Okay, so you're just walking over casually?
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk over casually, non-threatening or anything like that.
Okay. As you walk over and you peer past the trees, you see that there is somebody camped next to a large statue. Some great ancient carving or something. And there's tarps set up off of that camp, and it's just kind of like leaned up against that, cozied up against that area. And this is, let's do this. Let me change this music to something else if I can find the right thing. This isn't right. This doesn't sound like nighttime. Nope. Okay, well, as I figure out this new audio system, just pretend that this is nighttime music.
This is an MP3 player. You'll be fine.
Yep. But
Alright.
anyway, that said, this is kind of what you're looking at.
Ooh, looks like a Buddha. No, it's not even close to a Buddha. I don't know what that is. Something,
Not even close.
something Asian. That's all I know. So there's just one person there?
Seems to be. Not even a horse or anything. At least not until you move a couple feet forward, if you continue. And then you see on the other side of the camp is a horse that's been tied up.
Where? Just have to kind of like get out in the open a little bit. I'd say, hello. Sorry if I startled you or anything. I was just landing here to get some rest for the night, and I saw the campfire.
An older man, probably human, with graying hair and a short beard, looks at you as you approach. He smiles and waves with muted energy. He is wearing what seem to be very plain clothes and doesn't have much with him other than what's necessary to travel this far. He has something cooking over the fire that's starting to dwindle a little bit and burn down. Hello, friend. You can sit for a spell if you like.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Say again.
What was that last part? I didn't quite understand.
He invites you to come sit if you like.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I go ahead and then, like, tie off the griffins at the little stump that I see there. Not too tight, but tight enough to where they don't actually loosen themselves.
They quickly try and find comfort and do some circles and investigate what they're tied to and tug at it a little bit. Look at you, survey the area, and kind of settle in. And get, after a while, they start to settle down and maybe sit down. As you come closer to the fire, he gestures towards one of the logs that's nearby, and he goes over to his gear that's under this little awning and fetches out 2 bowls and a couple other little tools. He goes back over to the fire and puts one on the ground and holds one close to the pot that's being held over the fire by several iron poles that are interlocked, and it's dangling something off of there. And he takes a ladle and stirs the pot a little bit, pulls some up, and then pours what seems to be stew into a bowl. He reaches down and grabs a spoon or some utensil, puts it in there, and walks over to you and hands you the bowl. You can call me John.
Thank you. Well, thank you, John. You may call me Jeremiah.
That I will.
I go ahead and take a bite out of a spoonful of the stew.
It's
And
it's a some sort of protein, like a rabbit stew. It's very high in vegetables, but very, very tasty. He goes and pours himself a bowl and then goes to sit down.
very delicious stew, I might say. You can teach me the recipe of it sometime.
The recipe is take what you got and put it in a pot.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with that. May I ask, why are you camping out here in front of this ancient statue?
It's just where I happen to find myself. Seemed a good place as any to set up camp. You come a long way. He takes a bite of stew.
I have definitely traveled far and long.
After eating for a little bit, he looks at the statue. The inscription says, Jan Katral, and Dumina passe nere sintak al. Means, in time, all things cycle, or something similar. Written by the monks of Jan Katral. Sounds like standard overgeneralizing prophecy to me.
I've lived long enough where I know things do tend to cycle. And these days, it just may seem to be such things. The monks were wise, if not generalized, but they are correct.
Are you familiar with the monks of Yom Control? And he takes another bite.
I'm not familiar with them in particular, but I do know of such generalized, you know, religious societies or, of such natures.
They're based mainly in Rhymore. They've traveled some different places, but much like this, it seems like they've set out to spread whatever messages and intents they had, but didn't find much stake here.
Well, I do know one thing about them. They are pretty good stone carvers.
He takes another bite of stew. Sure enough. And you guys sit chatting back and forth for a couple hours before eventually. I think I'll turn in now before the fire gets too deep. He takes another log and stirs the fire, puts it on so it brightens up, and attempt to keep any sort of predators away. You're welcome to stay as long as you like. I'll be gone early.
Thank you, what was it, John or Joe?
Either one's fine.
Well, thank you for the stew and your hospitality. I'll go ahead and lay down as
You lay down, night passes, there's no issues. The fire is pretty comfy, and you wake up without even thinking about it. It's the middle of the day. Not middle of the day, it's the beginning of the day.
I was
And-
like, God damn, I'm flipping tired.
No, you wake up, it's the beginning of the
Jet
day.
lag.
The sun is just beginning to peek in the sky, and you wake up and there's nothing around you. You feel a little strange. There's a burned out campfire that you don't recall making. There's the stone statue that's above you, but nothing else. You thought surely you were. Did you camp next to somebody? How'd you get here exactly? You remember being here, but this is strange. Anyway,
Wait, so I don't remember Joe or John?
no.
Interesting. Alright, well I kinda get up, stretch, and kinda look at the statue. Do I get any like weird vibe from it or anything like that?
Make a religion check. The 10 religion check. No, you don't know much anything about this statue. It's not showing anything weird to you as far as you know.
Do I remember the description of the guy?
No, you can't recall anything that you know about the statue at all. There's language on the trail, but you don't know what it means. You can read the letters, but you don't know what the text is. Like it's in some foreign language.
I can't. So nothing celestial, common, or abysmal. Alright, well, with that weird thing,
Out of
I'm
character.
gonna.
Out of character, you would probably should recognize that this is very well possibly the same John you've met before, outside of the sand plate.
No way, really? Oh my god, that'd be interesting if it was. That probably would have been why he was so friendly with me.
While we jump back, the guys in the city of Steve wake up in what is basically a guest house. You all have taken another long rest. Flint has taken his time to go back to wherever his family is being homed and has stayed with them for the day. Do you guys have any plans to do anything important or leave Steve today until you see Jermail? Be Munson, Pell, or Vorik.
Nope, I would just have a good old great night with Kirky and then find our place to rest and rest as we don't plan on leaving.
Okay.
As Laszlo kind of went on his way.
Well, as I was milling about town, if you were to go out, you would see him going back and forth doing his own research. He's wearing much nicer, albeit kind of muted colored robes than you saw him wearing before. He's kind of taken up more of his station as local herbologist and researcher regarding their livestock and agriculture, as well as some meddlings in different arcane elements, as well as taking up hobby with musical entertainment in the hall when it suits. So he's going back and forth doing a great many things.
My Discord freaked out for a second.
Will do.
I don't know, like, I just didn't hear anything. And then all of a sudden I just heard you and Vorik speaking at like light speed.
Oh yeah.
I think I met the ghost guy from the sand plate again.
Fucked him up. Oh, that guy. Okay.
Yeah.
No, not that ghost guy. the one that we didn't have any memories of. I'm pretty sure that's the same guy. Was his name like Joe or John or some shit like that? You remember?
I don't know, I forgot about it.
Fuck you. But yeah, we were like outside of like a weird statue, like a blood statue. He said something about cycles. I don't know about that.
Oh.
Vorik, were you planning to engage with Laszlo in any way?
Vorik, doll, I'm terribly busy.
Well, I just wasn't. I mean, like, I figured we would catch up.
We can.
Have-
So how you been? You look awful.
I've been about as well as I look.
Yeah, you don't look too good.
Yep. Like I said, we've done some great things, but I've had to pay for it.
It looks like it.
Have you seen my dad?
Laszlo would have indeed seen your father. Laszlo is actually one of the main points of contact when transiting new people from the Secret Peace to Steve out of safety. Him and E7 kind of work hand in hand with that. His father's much more learned than him, but Laszlo takes up the mantle of being a little bit younger and more energetic.
I mean, I might know him. Who is he? What's his name?
I don't even know if I have that. What is his name?
I had it written on the top of your character sheet at one point in time. I know his last name.
What was his name?
Maybe it was John.
Maybe. I can't
Oh my
honestly.
god, that would be hilarious. Not gonna lie, that would be fucking hilarious.
But no, what we can just insert his name because I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, his name is.
Ah,
Redacted.
yeah. I think I know where he might be. Can we go find him?
Well, I mean, I was just trying to see if he and I mean, what was said about my mother before? It wasn't that she died. I don't believe.
Um, she was sent to one of the ships in Sunder's Bay to escape, but not many ships at all made it out, and you haven't heard from her since, so she is presumed dead.
Okay, I was just going to see if he'd heard anything about my mother, and kind of let him know we're here and we're okay.
Oh yeah, let me go see if I can find him for you.
And
Walks off.
you're able to find Vork's father. He is currently working over with what seems to be some sort of stand, like some sort of A-framed construction made out of wood that he's put together just in his free time, being here now, not knowing what else to do. And you see him take something off the ground and hang it onto this frame. The frame's only about 6 feet tall. It's kind of like A-frame style, designed like teepee, where it supports itself. And he puts this big square object on it. It's like made of wood, but it has like some thatching on it or something. And he leaves it there and just kind of walks back, backward, staring at it. You guys are approaching from would be his back right, so he doesn't notice you yet. But Vork, you recognize him immediately. And as you're watching for a second, as you're walking over to him, he backs up from this, and then after taking a second to look at it, he takes the dagger out and flings it underhanded at the target that he's made, and hits pretty dead on, maybe right of center.
Little Vork, I think this is your dad.
He hears the name Vork and whips around. Son, you're here.
I am. We made it. Well, this actually isn't our target. This is just a stop on the way.
He walks up, and you can see that he had a handful of darts, and he drops them all on the ground, runs over to you, and gives you a big hug and thumps your back.
I'll tug him back.
I think I'll leave you guys. And Blasov just runs off.
I can't believe you've made it. So what now? Are you staying, or do you have other business?
Oh, have you heard anything from? Oh shit! Have you heard anything from Mom?
No, I haven't. Nobody that has helped me get here has said anything to the contrary. I'm sure they're busy, but I also know that they would probably let me know if something like that was obvious or has happened. But no, we can only assume.
There not any. Well, I don't want to feel like I'm metagaming with that. No one can use their magic or anything they have here.
Not that we've been able to see. We've tried sending messages. We've tried. I think Uh, Lazarus, I think is his name. Lazarus's dad. I think is tried scrying and nothing's come up.
What did he say if nothing came up during scrying?
He told me that um, he basically didn't see anything. It was normally he says that when you do these things that you are granted an image of the person you're attempting to locate or the area they're in, or but he told me that there was darkness or that the spell failed or something. I don't know if he was being completely honest with me, but the message was put across.
Are we assuming the worst?
I would.
Oh. Works, I guess, as visibly upset as he could be.
Mm-hmm. Well, so are you going to be here long, or what is your plan?
Not entirely sure at the moment. I believe we're just passing through, but we do have some business here, I believe.
Okay, what is the business that I can help with?
Um, Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Pale, are they all around?
No, you've left them to go for one find Lazarus or find Laszlo rather, and then from there he took you to your father, so they're left somewhere else in the township.
Um, come with me, and we'll find out entirely. Maybe you can help with that.
All right, and he just follows you. Vorik, as you're walking, what are you doing? I mean, I don't exactly know the nature of what you're doing, but couldn't you lay it down? Just stop and stay here, or wherever is safe.
Well, from
We're finally out of Sunder. That was the goal, right? It's to get away from Tosavas.
I think it's bigger than him now. Um, there's been other places destroyed like Sunderware, so who's to say that they won't reach up here?
I see. And you're going to try and stop it?
Well, it's kind of fell into our hands at the moment, I believe. There are others helping, but we seem to be doing the most footwork at the moment.
That's us, isn't it? Doing the hard work while everyone else gets to relax and watch us. Eventually, the conversation just dies from there, and you get to where you're going.
Okay. Do we catch up there, buddy?
Yeah, you're able to find them pretty quickly. It's not a large town.
Now I'll ask Pale then.
Okay, my thing did that thing again. So what are you asking me?
What all do we have to do here before we're moving on?
Oh, we still have to wait for J Money to come up and meet us. I know Flint's worried to death about Freckles. Honestly, though, what's gonna happen? Like, should we just leave the Griffins here once they get here? Because I mean, 2 griffins with 6 people. That's 2 of us are going to get a lot farther than the rest of everybody is.
That's true. I guess we need transport. Right?
I mean, either that or just hoof it everywhere. I mean, we know we're supposed to be in the wild somewhere to find the memory tree. Well,
You already
do
think about that?
Vorix
Do you
Dad
have
speaks
any-
up. You're looking. I'm sorry. You're looking for a tree.
Yeah, the memory tree.
Oh, is that some special breed or something?
Yeah, you can like leave your memories there or something. It's some like special kind of tree.
He kind of shakes his head. I swear, you can't spit without stepping on something magical.
It's the way the world works.
Is this the next day or we're on the same day?
This would be the like you got to Steve, and then you stayed the night and woke up. This is your second day in this area.
And your guys' idea was to travel where?
I was saying that, like, once J Money gets up to us, I was kind of thinking maybe leave the griffins here or something, because I mean we'll have like 2 griffins, but no more mounts for anybody else.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, if Flint has that bag done, we can always have the bag on us and be able to pull Gurky through, so he doesn't have to slow travel with us. But yeah, we could go out and just start traveling through the forest and see if we can potentially run into this tree. Just head somewhat south. I guess technically if he's coming from the east, I guess we head south just straight into the forestry. Maybe we'll find something.
At this time, you hear from down the alley, "Someone need a bag?" And you see Flint come up with all the energy of someone who had the bittersweet reuniting with his family, only to know that he has to go back out on the job soon. And he tosses 1 of 2 bags through the air.
I'll catch it in his
Alright.
bag of holding.
Great.
And as you do that,
Yeah, another wormhole. 13 days later. Some bitch.
You return after the war is over?
Now you come back, the whole place is just fucking on fire. Nothing's left.
And then you just see
Nice.
Alfred just alive. I don't know.
He's actually one of the archfays.
Yeah, his death was only planned.
We call him the Archfredo.
Harsh fucko.
I mean, yeah, we got the bag. Gurky can come with us if he wishes, or he could stay and we can pull him through again. If he has, do we have the means to pull him through? Do we need his special rope, or is there anything in particular we need to be able to pull him through this? Mr. Gurky?
rope is easiest, but I can provide later. It's not an issue right now.
Okay, so once we call, you can just come through the bag again.
Yeah, but that's about the size of it. I guess if this is it, I'll take that and I'll circle back over to Cliff Craig or whatever and make my own way. And I will keep in touch. You guys can help me get to where I need to be when the time comes.
No, it's a good night with you, Mr. Gurky. Learned a lot.
I appreciate the companionship for the night. It wasn't too bad. I don't think we're in a safe place. I haven't anything to worry about. And I don't think I've been to this part of the world. This is interesting.
Yeah. Well,
And
A portal that actually works successfully. Kind of excited.
Vorik, your father leans over and kind of whispers to you, "Speaking of bag, do you have anything? This place is dry."
Dry as in like non-alcoholic or
As in, they have no fun here. There's no drugs, no alcohol, no gambling, nothing.
sounds like a peaceful place to me there, Lord Senior.
Laszlo did say there was no bitches here.
It's true. Just snitches. And we know snitches get stitches.
I literally, I'm gonna give him a white and orange mushroom.
Okay?
And be like, this is all I have.
You give to him this fungus, which at this time is very dry. It's basically has dried in your bag while you've traveled around. And you hand it to him, and it's really it's very light because it's just a dried mushroom, and it crumbles a little bit, and he kind of like balances his hand to not break it. And he looks around to see if anybody saw him. Thank you. he puts it in a pouch on his side. I'll dig into that later.
A lot of.
Well, I guess I'll go back to trying to find something to make myself useful if you guys are leaving. Be safe. Let me pat you on the back.
Shall keep in touch.
And
But anymore.
good.
I happen to have any kind of sending stone I could give him.
You just had the one.
I'll just try to keep in touch with him then. Do you have ways of contacting me here?
Nah. There's some magical. I could have Mr. Lazarus help us, or his father, or one of the others. They could act on my behalf and send a message for me.
Alright, but then you need to keep in touch. If you can message me your pal, pal can get a message back to you.
Yeah, I can just send one to him.
So you can just send in whenever he has the slots.
Just before I go to bed. Hey, works his house.
Fresh.
Well, just
Silly oranges. Very, very rich oranges.
keep in touch if you can. Keep me updated every once in a while. I don't need to know where you are every second, but it makes me happy to know that you're safe. And he digs in his pocket and pulls out a small little hand dart, like it's a triangle-shaped blade that's about as long as your finger and has a little two-fingered handle on the side where you could grab it with your fist and it would stick on the above your hand, and you could use it to punch with or slice with. And he takes that and flips it around a couple of times and looks at it and hands it to you.
Won't take it.
It's just made of some pot metal, but it's been sharpened pretty well. You know that it's probably whatever he was able to make or craft recently. He hasn't had this before, but maybe something he's worked on while here in town. And they don't have a lot of metal that's not in use here in town, but he's found enough to forge something, and he's worked it into something with a fine point. I'm sure yours is better, but if nothing else, it's keepsake. I'll make another one. You see him start to tear up a little and smile from you to all your group and turn around and after a nod and just walk away.
I'll let him walk away.
Hey, at least yours is still alive, eh? That's good.
Yeah. My dad's dead.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know that I had a father.
Cheers to Great Wars. Ah, mine were all in debt, and obviously, yeah, I think I was their father, to be honest with you.
Mine was alright.
Well, I hate to follow an act like that, but I'm going to make my own trail, I suppose. Gentlemen? And he nods and turns around kind of cheerfully and trots off.
See ya, Drew.
Back towards the Great Hall.
Arrivederci.
He's quite an interesting fellow when you sit down and have a long conversation with him. You learn lots of things.
Yeah, he's a nice dude. So I guess we just wait on Jeremiah.
How long are we thinking?
Well, I could see where he's at least.
Alright, well, let's figure that out, shall we?
And ascending. Hey, are you near yet? We're really bored and want to leave this shitty town. Cool. Hugs and kisses.
Jeremy, what do you say in response?
Well, at this point, how far away am I? Like, how many hours would it be?
Well, at this time of the second day, we move back to the map.
I know it's probably going to be around nighttime. I'll be there probably.
You have traveled roughly this far, pretty far considering it's going to be basically past half day at this time. So you're about 30 miles out, maybe 20.
Okay.
You see a great, vast amount of the wilds in this time. You look down and you see all kinds of variations in the trees and patterns of nature. You see the hills go up and down. You see a couple of things that might be broken down old, like, the word fort comes to mind. Some sort of construct building that's been crumbled and piled, but you can't tell, maybe it's that, maybe it's just a pile of rocks that's just formed. But there's cliffs and valleys and different things, and it's a very varied area as far as landscape is concerned. And you get this message in your mind while soaring over a beautiful stretch of trees, about 100 feet or so in the air. The clouds are parting around you, being that they're starting to get heavy with the moisture in the air. It makes yourself a little bit wet, but it's not unbearable, so you adjust and go a little bit lower, get below the clouds, and the moisture quickly wicks off of you eventually. You see over in the distance there's a rainstorm happening over in the distance, but over far away from you. And at this time, looking at the rainstorm is when the message comes through your mind.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought they were yours. Alright. Alright, sorry. Okay, so rainstorm in the distance. Alright. Alright. I just kind of reply 30 miles out. 4? Rainstorm distance. Should be there by evening. Hugs and kisses.
So,
All right.
Pell, you received the "why use many words when few words do trick" version.
It worked. It worked. So he says he's about 30 miles away. He may be here about closer towards evening.
Okay.
Could we try to meet him by the? I don't want to I don't want to do that. It's too complicated.
Are you guys that fucking bored in the village in the city of Steve?
Hale's gonna go find somebody. Is your name Steve?
No, my name is Ron. Nice to meet you. And he's an older gentleman. He kind of has a beard tied in a little knot, and he's balding, but he has his hair combed over to try and cover it. He shakes your hand very enthusiastically. No,
Shake.
no, Mr. Steve is the founder. E7's out on mission, but yeah, if you need anything, I'm sure I can help at least a little bit. You need some history, a little bit of education.
Well,
I've been here a while.
me and my friends just all thought that like everybody here was named Steve, and that's why the place was named Steve.
No, that would be ridiculous. Who would think of something like that? No, that's just the name of the founder. I mean, Steve's heritage point, Mr. E7 his name is actually Steve, but he calls about E7 because he's the seventh, in his line, and it just sounds. I think it sounds a lot cooler. But yeah, he's Steve, I guess technically.
At least there's a Steve here. Pell would be like, "Well, thank you for your time. I'm sorry to just get up with you," and he'll walk away dejected.
Anytime, friend. You don't bother me at all. Come away anytime. And he just keeps yelling pleasantries at you as you walk away.
This town is too damn friendly. I don't like it.
Guys, there's only one person here named Steve. This town is a lie.
As you guys ponder your peaceful prison that is the town of Steve, as you wait another half day on your friend Jeremiel to get to you before traveling on into the wilds on the next leg of your adventure. That is where we will pick up next time.
Oh, we early tonight. Okay.
But you guys want to continue on for a little bit.
I mean, I'm down. I don't know how everyone else is. I mean, I was expecting it to go until our normal time.
I mean, we hit 3.5 hours of recording so far, which is about typical.
I gotta work early in the morning, but I could probably go for a little bit later. If you guys want to keep going.
Bork, Munson, how you guys feeling?
Like it's a day off and I'm drinking some screwballs. Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna play.
I'm off tomorrow, so I'm fine.
Okay. Then we'll press on. At least for a little bit.
Yeah, we can at least go until we leave.
Can we take a pee break real quick? I do gotta.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll take a break.
Alright.
Well, if we're back from break now, Jeremiah, you are flying through the wilds, and you have little need to stop until you reach the city of Steve, unless you have plans to for some reason.
No.
Okay. Well,
What
Then-
time? What time of the day do I arrive at?
you reach Steve at we'll say early evening. The sun is still little in the sky, and you see it beginning to go down over the trees in the distance. And with this is the time of day you arrive at Steve. So tell us how you come into play.
I want to make sure that the sun is behind my back. Okay.
So you circle the city. You loop around the other side so you can get the sun behind you.
Yeah. And I'm gonna cast minor illusion to appear I have like angelic wings on my back.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna like stand with I'm guessing there's like foot things on the fucking like the flanks of
Yeah.
griffins.
On the saddles. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna like stand up in those, and as I'm like slowly like gliding down into the into like the main area of the city, it just makes it look like I'm just an angel just descending upon them.
You're
And-
an Akbar, so you can like
Yeah,
have
exactly.
little wings come out.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't have that ability. So,
Okay.
But yeah, and when I land, I just kind of casually just jump off, and then with my little cane, with my glass ball, I just kind of look just gently tapping on the ground. It's just toes all like just full of dignity and
Okay.
splendor.
So, Jeremiel, this old-looking humanoid comes down out of the sky, sun at his back, wind bursting through his hair. He has angelic wings that are illusory posed in an outstretched fashion, and he stands on the griffins as he brings them both down to land in the city. Are you guys outside?
What if we're just inside the tavern, like playing cards or something?
So Jeremy, you land in the city that you believe to be Steve based on your map and cartography. You land and plant your feet on the ground, your cane firmly in front of you, and you look up, not looking at anybody, and then eventually you look around and see that there's just one guy in front of you with a small knotted beard and a comb over, and he looks at you and just goes,
The nicest guy in the world.
Thank you. I needed a little bit of ego boost after what I've had to deal with. No.
Matt, you said it's the nicest guy in the world. I just think it's Hank.
No, there some purple-skinned, undead-looking fellow, a blue guy, and a giant orc anywhere nearby.
"Oh yeah, we got a couple of them. I think they're in the hall over there." He points down the street.
Thank you.
There's some nice griffins you got there. Where'd you get them at?
Oh, we got them, what time did we get them from? I don't know. From town, before we went to the sand plate. They definitely do well.
Really? That's
good girls.
a long way away. You must have had some big travels in that time. How long did it take you to get here?
About 2 days. I mean, some teleportation was involved, but
You know, I've never really understood magic, especially when you go from place to place. Do you think it transmits your entire being from one place, or does it go little bit by bit, or all at once?
I think it's more of all of it together. It might be caramelized atoms a little bit, but overall, I think it's together.
That is so neat. I don't understand it, how people do it. How do you even get into something like that? Do you just like wake up and you have magic, or do you go and you figure out how these little things work? And I see people with books, and they have books, they have studies, and he just goes on. He's just old manning you in this spot for like a conversation after conversation.
Maybe I'll teach you a thing or two of magic, and maybe you'll be able to do some yourself. But unfortunately, right now
I would love that very much. Are you very good at magic yourself?
Yes, I am, and I kind of, is there anything broken around? Like anything that might need fixing?
There's a small little divot in a fence nearby that has like these long limbs that have been basically, it's like not like farm fencing where it has just the post and then the two slats.
I kind of just lift my hands toward the fencing and I cast mending on them, and they kind of they look like they're completely brain like they just put in.
Wow, that is incredible! And he pulls out a pair of glasses from his pocket and puts them on. Looks at the newly formed crack. You can't even tell that was here. Do you think that magic like mends the material, or does it make the material go back in time to a point where it wasn't broken?
I never really thought about that, but I think it just maybe makes the item go back in time to the point where it's broken. I'm not sure. I'll have to research that myself.
Do you think if you did that on, say, here, my arm here, like this portion of skin, this, because I'm old, I've been around the block, Sonny, if you did this on here, would it turn that portion of skin young? Or if you did it on, let's say, that branch right there, and would it go back in time and become smaller and smaller? Or would it make these pieces of fence go back into the tree that was constructed by it?
I don't know. Let me try. I tried casting mending on it more.
Nothing happens.
Yeah, nothing happens. It's probably just a lot more complicated than what it is. Anyway, I do need to go and return these griffins.
Oh, no problem. Hey, would you like me to take care of the griffins for you? I can house them. We have a stable over there. It's not really made for such flying creatures. We can certainly put them up for a short time.
I'm sure we will need to leave them here for some time, but I'm sure one of my party members would very much like to see one of her daughters.
Oh, I see. Are they, they're very special, are they?
Yeah, they're very special to him.
Oh, wonderful. The animals are such wonderful things. What are their names?
Spaghetti and Freckles. I don't know which one.
Freckles.
But I do know
That is so cute. I love it. Oh, and I bet it's this one, isn't it? Oh, you look like a Freckles. And he goes to reach out and pet the animal, but then it like starts to act up and it looks like it's gonna snap at him, and he thinks better and pulls his hand back. Oh, I'll leave you alone, cute little bird
They
thing.
they can be a little feisty sometimes.
I wonder what they eat. These things are very muscular looking.
They eat changelings. And I say that with a straight ass face.
He stops talking and slowly looks to you with his expression kind of frozen in a smile. Yeah. Okay.
No, if you excuse me, I really meant to yell. And I start walking towards the hall.
And he lets you go.
Yeah, I would hope so after that. That's what made him shut up. Straight up, they ate changelings. Alright.
What do they eat,
So-
people?
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, so I tied them up to the post outside, and I kind of just. Is it like a double door?
Yeah, it's double door.
I go ahead and like kind of like not like really slam it open, but enough to make it me notice. And I just stand there all proud and dignified, like, "Hey guys, I'm here. Miss me?"
Munson, you got any fours?
Anyway.
Oh. You got any fours? Is that how you play poker?
You guys are playing cards.
I don't play poker. Sorry.
You guys are playing cards and enjoying a little bit of light dinner. And people are mingling around you and talking about the day, about different things they've done today and things they plan to do tomorrow. And all of a sudden, the doors just quietly burst open, and you see from out of the darkness that is the outside, compared to the lit interior of this room, Jeremiel in his red upholstered glory from his vest walk through the doors and stand triumphant at whatever he's done.
Hey,
Hey, the Griffins are just outside.
Plant gets up and runs. Freckles!
He goes through the door, and if he were here, I would tell him that he finds Freckles no worse for wear. Matter of fact, as soon as he gets outside and Freckles sees him, he starts squawking, or she starts squawking, and flutters her wings and kind of does the tippy taps as she waits for him to get close.
Like, well, just popcorn popping.
Pell will also go outside and go to Spaghetti.
Yeah, they're both pretty good.
Both
I
of
go ahead
them,
and take Flint's spot at the seat and pick up his cards.
you see he had a terrible hand.
Yeah, I just immediately fold. Alright, so, how have your 2 days been? Looking at Munson at this point.
Munson, did you hear him?
I asked how your 2 days has been.
I'm sitting around doing nothing. Socializing and studying the possibility of finding a dream tree. So that's been okay. I've done much more in my life than this, but when you're in a town as exciting as this one, yeah, we'll go with that word there. Yeah, you just want to leave quickly.
Yeah, I kind of got the feeling with the old man outside. But, it seems like a sweet little town. I might visit here more often in the future.
Well, you gotta save the world first, right?
Yeah, true. By the way, shortly after you guys teleported out, Yeah, there was some creatures that attacked.
What kind of
Uh,
creatures?
I honestly, in all my life, I've never seen one of them or even heard anything like them.
Oh, can you make the
They,
noise they made?
yeah, no, they were just so inhuman that no creature could ever make that except them. They were like black fur. They had like a bone, like a skull, and horns coming out. And
Was there more than one?
oh yeah, when I actually managed to get onto the get, it flew both of the griffins out. I saw two more pop up, and I'm sure that whole forest was littered with them. But it didn't take long for me to figure out where we were, though. We happened to be just between the northern mountain and the Hopewell River at that point.
Huh. So my calculations was way off.
Why? Where do you think we were?
I'll look at the map. About 70 miles a different direction,
Mm,
give or take.
yeah. Well, luckily I was very familiar with the South, and I knew the Hopewell River pretty well.
Oh, that's cool.
So I was able, after just a few hours of flying, I was able to figure out where it was.
Yeah.
But there was another thing.
Yeah.
During the after the first day of travel that night, I came across a statue. It was like a statue of a monk. Not quite sure what it was. It was just out there in the middle of nowhere. It was very weird.
Did you? Oh, was someone there with you, or
I
just where you camped for the night, or?
I don't know. Like I remember arriving there, like in the area, but I woke up and there was a campfire that I don't remember making. It was just weird. It was kind of like one night or that one morning in the sand plate, the first night we spent in the sand plate. It just had that weird feeling that something was missing. Something.
With the gentleman who you never see by next morning.
You wouldn't know that.
I was
Yeah.
in for that one,
Hmm?
and I watched it
Yeah,
last
yeah,
time.
but none of us remember there was even a guy there. We just knew that there was something weird, something missing.
Well, according to the DM, he said I watched him walk away because I wasn't asleep at the time.
No, you watched him walk away, but after that, the memory was faded.
So it faded after while I was awake.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. And I can back out of that scenario.
Uh,
Well,
but,
interesting.
Sorry.
That's interesting. Maybe the statue has meaning for this area. I don't know.
maybe. I'll point it on the map just in case it might be unique. There was some language written around the area that I just couldn't read.
Do you have the ability to cast a spell to be able to read any language?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Oh, okay. Well, if we find it again, me or Pel can use some of our magic.
I can actually point it on the map. It might be on our way to Green Tree. Who knows?
Well,
But I kind of pointed to the map where that statue was. On top of that, just before I arrived, about 30 miles out, there's a fort or some sort of structure that might be worth checking out too.
a fort structure from how far away?
Like about 30 miles to the southeast. It looks to be crumbling or something. So it might be able to find some clues or something. Or maybe even find some empire finding out.
Okay. Well, I was doing some thinking on that. I figured there's obviously I don't know any paths or anything. There's no obvious maps in hand, but
What?
I think I can get the basic direction and get us from here to Hopewell and maybe hit the dream tree on our way through. But that's kind of the goal, anyways.
Yeah. By the way, with every kind of thing I do in town, do you know if anyone has lost anyone recently? That there's something, I usually like to help people in new towns that I visit with any spiritual needs, whether unwanted or wanted.
I haven't talked to anybody. I don't know if anyone else has.
Well, I'll ask. I'll ask Pell and Flint, or if Bork has anything to say. I don't know if Bork is still awake.
Work good, buddy?
Yes.
Cool.
I asked if you know anyone in this town, as I like to help with any spiritual needs or any weird guidance and things like that.
Not that I know of. I don't really know many here, other than who may be from Sunder.
Alright. Well, I didn't know if you talked to anyone or if there was any weird like houses or anything that was haunted or something. Basically, I'm the Ghostbuster. Alright.
Everyone seems to be in pretty good spirits here, and I don't believe we're in the place for a haunted house.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that crumbling structure up in the hill is actually there or not, but
That's actually just a natural formation. That's not actually a fort or anything.
Ah, okay. It looks very much like a ruin.
Yep. Nope.
Alright, well, I'll ask Peller and Flint if they know anything. Maybe I can, maybe in the morning I'll do a quick little gypsy thing. That seems like a nice, quiet town. I seem to enjoy it. I like it.
Well, if anybody does anybody have any other things they want to take care of before this day is concluded?
Bale and Flint would make sure that the Griffins have like some place to go to, take them to the stables and get them food and stuff. I'll be like, here's I got a lot of meat for them, and I'll give them like fucking 17 pounds worth of meat.
Okay. If nobody else has anything, then I will say that you guys can very easily find a place to stay back at the guest house, and we'll find easy enough rest for the night. And in the morning, you guys rise from not super comfortable, but not at all as bad as sleeping in the wilds beds. And you find this day to be a little dreary. It's actually kind of cold. When you get outside of the home that you're in, you see that there's actually a very small layer of frost on the ground. And the day has begun.
Is it winter time already?
Let's look at that way. We're a little bit farther north though.
Yeah, true. I am used to the southern regions. Oh, wow. So, we have a couple of interesting POIs along the way. Anyone else has any ideas of what to do?
Yeah, I just think as long as we get in the wilds, we'll find it someplace. Hopefully.
Yeah, well, let's just keep an eye out for any more of those Wendigo things.
Yeah, that sounds weird, huh? Kind of sounds like the things that attack Sunder. Did we see things like that?
Oh, shit! Yeah, were those the same thing? Because Jeremiah was in
Yes.
Sunder when it happened. Would
Yes,
you
they were.
recognize them?
Yes, they were.
Fuck! Yeah,
I
they
forgot.
were.
Yeah, I forgot you were there. Yes, those are the same things.
Oh, okay, that changes a whole lot of things. Yeah, they were there, yeah.
Yeah, they look like some nasty things.
Dude, I saw one and I saw three. And I didn't see any more, but I could just feel there was just full of them. They're moving somewhere. because they were not there when we were there. They only showed up like an hour after you guys left.
I mean, they might have came with the archfey that attacked us in the night. And just been waiting
Maybe,
out there.
but she says that she wasn't gonna waste her time with us.
Oh, she said that for a really long time while wasting our time.
Is it because we won't tell her where they are?
Yeah.
I think she is powerful as she acts like she is. She'd be able to find them.
Well, I do know one thing. It was not merely an illusion. Even though the sword didn't hurt or leave any permanent or any wound, just the feeling of it and the entrancement that she permitted. No. If she wanted us dead, she would have us dead before we even knew she was there.
Hopefully we can find what we're looking for at the memory tree.
Thing is, would it be our memory or someone else's?
Hard to say, really.
These ancient structures or beings or magical whatever are always hard to figure out. Whew.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Alright, well.
Well, guys, onwards.
Onwards to more adventure.
Okay. On this day, you guys find kind of overcast and cold, but not, intolerable weather. You make your way south of Steve. Now, this is where I believe you plan to have Pell and Flint say farewell to their trusty steeds for now,
Again.
Yeah,
and
girls.
leaving them somewhere you believe to be safe. You take time, both of you, to wish them as well as you can, and rent yourselves away to go back to your adventures. After leaving, you find yourselves on foot, walking into trees, and around the city of Steve, or town, I guess, rather. The forest is rather dense. It provides both a nuisance to get through, but a pretty secure shield against any major passage-by that might not be as friendly. But you're squeezing between some thick brush here and there. Getting on the other side of it, you're able to see the headwaters of a nearby river that trickle up into small creeks. And the area through here is kind of thick with a little bit of thatch and trees and brush, but it gets a little bit less the further you go south. So as you travel, is anybody taking point?
I push Ugbor in front.
Okay. No qualms on that. Then Ugbor will be in front. What's the marching order after Ugbor?
I guess I'll,
behind Ugbor.
yeah, I'll go behind Kelvin.
Vorkmans and
What
Flint, anybody
is
taking the rear?
I'll be in the back. I'll cast, after we get about an hour out of town, I'll cast, Mage Armor on myself.
Okay.
Hey, Bort, can you do that, mine doohickey?
Vordic,
Yeah.
you got mine doohickeys?
Mind doohickeys.
Yeah, let us all talk in the heads.
We can for 3 hours.
There you go.
I'll just do it with who's physically here at the moment.
All right.
So we'll do Pale Munson and J Money.
Okay. Saying goodbye to the city of Steve and heading out, you find that your travels aren't very difficult. You scare away some deer here, some bear there. Nothing crazy, and most of it's gone before you even really realize it was there. Only after some time, we'll say maybe 6 hours of travel, do you start to get a little weary and see something in the trail ahead of you. It's hard to say what it is, but the trees clear out, and you see what looks to be a circle of like wood laid around the ground.
I'm going to investigate it with a circle. Like if there's like any patterns or something I would recognize.
Okay, so you're going up to the circle?
Yeah, and I
Okay.
won't know shit.
As you go up to the circle, you're looking at the circle, and an arrow flies by your shoulder, missing you.
Yeah!
As you guys see, Jeremy will just rush ahead of the group, and then an arrow fly past him, past you guys. There is a group of, we'll say a group of people. It's hard to tell the numbers at this range, but there's a group of people nearby, and a figure walks out of the woods in front of them. It's a human dressed in leathers, a bluish bandana around his head, other humans with graying beards and other manners of things that make you think that they've been here a while, at least out a while. They're a little unkempt, and the one in front looks like he's wearing armor of a soldier, but everything is worn and beat up in the wrong places. Like it's something that's being worn in times where it doesn't need to be worn, and used a little bit incorrectly. Like something that's someone's not using it that knows how to use it or has experience in upkeep of it. He walks up to your group with his arms raised. Finally, we've been looking for someone for ages. Can you help an old man out? And he whistles. What are you guys doing?
I immediately have my staff in my hand after being shot at with an arrow. And let's see. Okay, I have a question for you. If someone decided to shoot at me again with another arrow, can I react and use a animate object on that arrow and shoot it back at them?
If it was in your range, you could. You can't use it while it's in flight.
Oh, so I can't use it while it's in flight at me. Damn it.
Correct.
I'm like thinking like I'm just like you telekinesis and just throw it back at them, like kind of like that.
Okay.
Alright, so how many of them do I see right now?
You look, you see that there's about, looking around, there's got to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 24 men.
24 men.
Yeah, interspersed behind him and between the trees. There's many of them have arrows, knocked in bows. Some have little daggers or short swords drawn and just left dangling at their sides.
So how many are actually like bows? Like how many are there actually bows?
There's probably about 6 or 8 bowmen.
So would it be possible to animate object that quivers off their backs?
Let me look at the text of the spell. While I do, is anybody else doing anything?
Are we about to get into a fight?
Not yet, but I don't trust these fuckers.
Why not? What'd they do?
Well, they shot an arrow at me, and they don't look very friendly. They
Did
look
they
almost
miss?
like bandits. Yeah, but they don't seem to know what they're doing with the armor and equipment they are using. So,
So they're just out of practice.
well, if you want to talk to them, go right ahead. But
I mean, I can swim as well as you can, Jeremiah. So let's do this.
No, the objects have to be not worn or carried.
damn.
I
Okay.
will.
Here's that idea.
I will approach, hands up, and just see if I can get any of them to speak to me. Just like, yo, hey, what's going on? What are you guys after? Maybe I can help you.
As you walk up, Munson, one of the men standing behind what appears to be the leader has a young woman who is bound and gagged and has a knife to her throat.
I whisper to Munson. Yeah, you sure you think these are good guys still?
Maybe it's a bad girl.
My men
What
here are
you guys
lost.
after?
We're lost and weary and hungry, and some of them are a little worse for wear on their clothes. And our lady friend here, she's also a bit worse for wear. We really would appreciate some donations. What can you spare?
Let's see. How many of you are there? How many total? Looking at
you're
here,
looking at like
Mr. Man?
you're looking at about a little bit less than 2 dozen.
2 dozen. Okay.
But they're common bandit-ish. They look
Whoa,
like I'm
whoa,
just
whoa.
like just.
We don't need to judge people. They could
No,
just be hungry people. We don't know yet.
I'm just whispering this to you, by the way. But
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm arguing back to you in a whisper. Don't worry.
Okay. So
So what are your guys' needs? Let's start with the basics.
Coin, clothing, food, jewelry for
Uh-huh.
trade, anything valuable, really. Really,
Oh, okay.
kind of all you have would be good.
tell you what, I have a certain.
Let me
I have a
Hold
certain.
on, calm down back there. Calm down.
No, I was gonna say I could help them. Instead of maybe needing clothes, I can fix their clothes.
All right. Okay. Well. How about we make a deal? I'll make you guys a deal. How about this? Okay. You guys can have nothing, and in return, I won't kill you. I think that's a fair trade. I think that's pretty fair.
I'm gonna have,
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair too, actually.
I'm going to have anybody that wants to make a perception check for me.
Ah, shit, why not? I'm right here in the
You're
moment.
the same.
Ooh.
Perceptive. Yeah.
I
So,
really wish I had some fire spells right now.
Munson and Pell, you guys both notice that while you're talking, or while the people were talking back and forth in this group, you notice the girl that they're holding at knife point is not struggling and looks kind of bored, and even at one point her hand dangles down before she puts it back behind her back.
Hey, hey, you want to see a magic trick before I kill you? You ready for this? Are you ready? I'm just, it's gonna be quick, I promise, you'll be okay. And then as I say that to him, I'm going to vanish right in front of his eyes.
Okay.
And I want to cast enemies abound.
Okay.
Is there like a
Um,
big?
Hmm?
Go ahead.
Is there one standing next to the person with the neck, holding the neck to the woman's?
Yeah, the woman is there gagged with the knife is at her throat from somebody
What is he
standing
casting?
like around her. Enemies abound.
Oh,
If you can put that text in the chat, that'd be great. But yeah,
I
there's
can.
someone standing next to the girl holding the knife, and from there they're just like banding around them from all the way to the back, like just in rows. Like
And I just
good.
want to see if there's like a big cluster of them grouped together.
Oh, they're all grouped together. Like the only people that are separate are two archers, one on either side of the main group in the middle, and then the leader in the front.
want to whisper to Munson, I'm going to blow them up.
No, no, no. I'm not done fucking with him yet. Give me one more minute, then you guys can kill him. Just give me one more minute.
What's this? Where'd your friend go? No tricks.
I'm gonna echo in his ear from. I'll be right beside a tree. Like, do you want to really die today? And then I'll like kind of walk around, but it won't be loud. You won't really hear me. I'm just gonna kind of circle him as I say it a few times. Is today your day to die? Are you sure you want to do this? I'm hungry for blood.
Okay, so first, Jeremiah, who are you targeting with your spell?
The person who is beside the one holding the knife to the woman's throat.
Okay.
The reason why, because I don't want, if he fails, I don't want him to just slit the woman's throat because sees her as an enemy. But the one next to him, so I'm hoping that he would attack him, and he would have to raise the knife off her throat to defend himself.
Okay. So he has to make an intelligence save against this spell.
Yes, which would be a
Oh my
16.
god, that's a natural 20.
Really?
The first roll of the
Even-
DM tonight.
Even though I was already giving him like a -1 because he's a dumb thief, he rolled a natural 20.
That's the first time I used that spell too. Come on.
Does he say anything as I walk around in his
Um,
mind continuously?
Yeah. As you do that, he was looking around him as you do this, not seeing anything, and looking to your group, and he's then going to draw a sword and swing it around himself, just wildly in a circle. Like,
Please tell me he hit someone of his own.
Nah, he'd be trying to hit me. I'm
Yeah,
assuming. I'm too far away for him to hit, but I'm scaring the shit out of him.
Yeah,
so it's working.
he's like, he just swings immediately around him, so within 5 feet, and you're outside of that range. I'm imagining.
Yep.
So
Yep,
he's
I'm just whispering a distance.
he whips his blade around. I said no tricks.
I tell Pell after I do that. I said, "Is it Pell? You're the one that said you wanted to do it."
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, "Okay, nuke him," and then I'm going to Misty step back 30 feet and back away as Pell does what he says he wanted to do.
And
But right before you say this, the guy pipes up and says, "Just shoot him!" And he, waves his arm forward right as you do this. So what pill are you doing?
the group of them, I'm going to cast Flame Struck on them.
Okay.
It's probably going to roll damage because I hit.
Oh, that's a dirty spell.
Text, please, if you could.
It should be going up.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, hold on.
So-
Let me get the actual text up for it.
Oh, that's a shitty roll too.
Yeah.
10 foot,
Damn.
40 foot high cylinder. Just in the middle of the group, yeah. You're gonna get the bulk of them, except for the 3 that I mentioned that are outside of that little group.
Yeah.
But the rest of them are gonna have to make a dexterity save. I'll roll for the entire group here. Dexterity save. Okay, so what's the save we're looking for here? What's your
17.
17? There it is up top. Okay, and they actually rolled a 19, but I'm gonna say them being in a group like that, they're gonna have at least a minus of some sort, so that's gonna hit.
Alright, well, they will take 24. Or
So,
unless they pass.
Yeah. No, I mean even if they pass it, there's gonna be half of that. So they're being commoners. That's gonna kill them. So you light up the entire group, and they're all gonna fall.
I just like snap my fingers and a fucking holy silver nuke goes off back there.
And we'll say the 2 that aren't in that group are going to just launch arrows. What I'm going to do is just roll the 2 attack rolls, and see what the attack total is, and we'll see if it has the capacity to hit any of you. That would be a 9 and a 16. Does a 16 hit anybody?
Yep, it'll hit me.
Okay, well that means it would hit you. We're gonna see if it is rolled in your direction. I'm gonna roll a d6. If it rolls a 1, then it goes in your direction.
It would also hit Flint.
It would also hit Flint. Okay.
Yeah, he's got a 12.
Okay. So
Well, does Flint have a shield or no?
Shit.
Should be a first level spell.
He does have shield.
okay.
Then he'll be fine now.
Yeah,
He's
he would
17
reflexively
then.
do that. Yeah, so Jeremy, if this rolls a 1, then it's going to hit you. And that's a 4. No, it flies right and goes towards Flint, and Flint just shields up and just it deflects off of him.
Thank God for once the dice didn't fuck me in the ass.
Can I do a quick run by on one of them and go, "It's over," and then I'm gonna stab him in the back while I'm invisible?
Sure. Go ahead and roll for attack with advantage because you're stealth.
I don't know, 26.
Yeah, definitely hits.
Let me see, 2d6 plus my d4 for my dagger. 10, 13 plus 1, 14 slashing damage.
14 slashing damage. Okay.
Basically, I'm gonna run up behind him and slice the back of his neck, and then just keep running.
Okay. And as you do, you hit several vitals that just spurt blood as you withdraw the blade, and he just collapses. And as flame and divine magic falls from the sky, and another one of the group falls to an invisible dagger, the one remaining archer and the leader just turn and look around. What's happening? You? Who? They look to you, and then just turn around and start to run in the forest.
I will chase the leader, as I know I can run twice as fast as him, and I'm gonna stab him in the back because he's running away.
Okay.
I'm gonna before he does that, I'm gonna cast vicious mockery at the leader, and I'm going to say, let's see, where is this one? I was going to say,
Say it so I can roll, baby. Say it so I can roll. You know, we're still early in the day, right? We're like 6 hours into our trip, you said?
Yeah.
And they're both running pretty much near each other?
Yeah, kind of.
Fuck it, I'm gonna steal wind strike them.
Alright, I'm going to say, you run about whacking thing with a fucking
I missed a crit by 1, so that'd be a 30 to hit.
Okay, awesome. Jeremy, can you say that again? I didn't hear it.
Sorry.
You run about whacking things with a piece of metal. Truly, what an advanced being you are.
Okay, he's making a wisdom save, the leader is. That's going to be a 5.
Yeah, nope.
So as you say this, he gets he really gets him frustrated, and he looks at you and just gets upset and angry as he's running, and he can't and he's gonna take the damage from that. How much damage does he take?
Go ahead, roll your damage. What does he do?
I actually completely forgot that vicious mockery does damage. Give me a second. What does the damage thing? I thought it was just like some weird status effect or some
Nope,
shit.
it's just 1d4. 1d4 and have disadvantage.
Alright.
It should be 3d4, shouldn't it?
Oh yeah, sorry. It's when you reach different levels. So yeah, you're at 3d4.
It does 7, 10 damage.
So, as this guy gets mad at your statement, the words echo in his head and get louder and louder and louder before he has some sort of aneurysm and then just falls to the ground.
My insult killed a man!
And as he falls, before he hits the ground, Munson's body just goes from invisible to like shimmering energy that just streaks across the battlefield, slicing through this guy and the archer in front of him.
It was only 32 to each.
To hit or damage?
30 to hit, I did 32 damage on the leader. 22 to hit the second one, which is the ranger that's running for his life. And that'll be 10, 24, 29, 31, 39 on the second guy.
Yeah, you stop. You stop probably 6-7 feet in front of the archer that you ran your sword through, like almost bracing against your body as you run with the blade through, past him at superhuman speed. And you stop in front of him about 7 feet, just in time to have the blood splash you from behind on your back.
Cut him in half vertically.
I look at Pal. I pre-warned them. They didn't listen.
You did.
Is the girl still there? Like me and
No.
She's dead.
No, she is. She's
Skeleton.
she's
Oh
burnt.
God.
She is burnt jerky, is what she
Well,
is.
I was hoping to save her, but whatever.
Pal,
Nah,
go ahead and tell her, pal.
Yeah, she was with him.
Yeah, I figured, but
You just wanted some poo-tang, that's what it was.
I mean, it's been a while on the road.
Been a while.
Meanwhile,
And
That was
Archfey did make a man lonely.
I feel a little better now. That felt good.
I will
Good
say that
stretch,
was
maybe.
satisfying. Yes.
I think my other side of me is coming out more than the other side. You need
Munson,
research for when you can just drop people.
right? Munson, I think you and I need to go on bandit hunting duty after we get done.
Oh, well, see, the thing is, I gave him a chance to leave. I gave him a chance to survive.
Oh yes, yes.
There's always
But,
a leader who thinks they can outsmart those who are powerful. I just don't get it.
Just the common people are just too dumb sometimes.
Well,
Especially
we
when
are in
dealing
the
with
wilds.
magic. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll find more of them. I would, very much
I would like to search the body of the leader and see if I find anything of use.
Is there a body left?
Yeah, he didn't. He only got mocked. He didn't die from the fire.
Well, yes, but I was more worried about your blade. So you
My
need
blade
to-
just cut his head off. Nothing major.
Okay, it was the other one that I seen then. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and roll
May I search his
investigation.
Body, sir.
Yes.
Let's see, investigation. That'd be a natural 1.
Awesome. No, he's basically wearing rags, something equivalent. He didn't have a lot. He was throwing a big game, but he literally had little more than a rusty short sword.
I would think if I was rolling a 1, I think what would happen is as I kill him, the adrenaline is so high up in my body right now, because I'm technically still invisible, but my adrenaline is to the max right now, and I'm just like, I need more. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. There'll be more. There'll be more. It's okay. Oh, that was so fun. Like, that's what my brain is saying over and over and over as it happens.
I'm just kind of dusting myself off. Just. Well then, back to this circle. I'm gonna step inside the circle.
Okay. There's nothing here. It's just a circle made of planked wood on the ground to make people stop and investigate.
Well, at least they were smart enough to lay a trap of some sort. But not smart enough to know when their death was upon them. Anywho, I can feel their spirits angry with us, so let's get the fuck on.
And Flint and Vorik, almost not breaking stride this entire time, just continue on with the group. And you all carry on past this very mismanaged clump of bandits and trot over the ashes through the woods, carrying on.
Yeah.
You go.
You know, thinking about that, I wonder when the next group of people is going to stumble upon that circle and a bunch of skeletons. They're going to probably think that there was some sort of fucking sacrifice going on here.
Hey, the woods are a crazy place.
Yeah, I mean, I did meet the Wendigos, so, you know. Actually, they wouldn't be too far away from here now that I think about it. Probably another, I don't know, 50 miles to the northeast. By my reckoning.
I mean, hopefully there's just not a lot of them everywhere.
I mean, if I were to take my guess, I mean, how many days is until Rowanwood's supposed to be attacked? Like 10 by now?
It is.
Like,
This is currently day 11.
yeah.
So I would say that that group that I saw was probably heading into Rowanwood, just marching their way there. So there's probably a decent amount of them. Then again, Sunder wasn't as big as Rowanwood, I would say.
Nevertheless, I think we should try to be a little bit extra careful, just in case.
I wouldn't want to meet one of them, because if there's one, there's bound to be a lot. I'm just over here just
I'd
walking.
say the next hour of walking, I will regain my spell slots back.
Sure.
Or
Yep, you can use your
Yeah, I'll
arcane
gain
recovery
back
as you do it.
Yeah, yep.
I'm just as I'm walking, I'm just like playing with my tarot cards, just endlessly shuffling them back and forth. Ah! Hit that off my head. So that's what I'm just doing, just walking in the woods, following behind Pal, just shuffling my deck, just constantly. Just for some of my hands to do.
Okay. Well, the rest of the day for you guys goes much more uneventful than it had, and you spend a good amount of time walking and traveling, not at any great pace, but traveling in generally your destination's direction. Um, I will have Pell roll for me, since Igbor is in the lead, a survival check to see where he's leading you guys. Hopefully it's in the right direction.
Roll this one dice.
By the way,
Uh,
would we have walked near the fort that I saw from the side?
Also give myself guidance.
What in the world? Roll
Right.
20.
So altogether it's a dirty 20.
Okay, dirty 20. That's perched like exactly flat on my screen.
Bro, it is, hold on, I'll take a picture of how it looks on mine. It's cocked as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so dirty 20. You know that you're headed roughly in the right direction. You could be headed a little more east, but you can overcorrect later and probably account for
Are
that.
you
Besides,
trying to figure out where we're going?
yeah, the direction that you're headed. To try and see if it's where you're intending to head. But then again, you don't know if you don't know where exactly this is. You only have a rough estimation, so maybe a little bit off isn't actually off at all.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
I think we should be going west, not east. No, east, not west, my bad.
I thought we were supposed to go see. Or maybe it was Neath, I don't know.
Southeast, east. Alright, sorry, Justin, guys.
It's west. Get it right.
Southwest.
right about before it gets towards evening, so we're talking like 4 or 5 o'clock. You come upon what looks to be a large pile of rubble, gravel, boulders. There's no obvious mountain or anything for them to have fallen off of recently. They look like they were broken, not naturally formed and eroded. Just a weird pile of rock.
Huh, what a weird pile of rock.
And
I kind
Good.
I was just gonna stand on top of said rock.
As you go stand on the rock, you look around and you see that actually, Jeremiah, in the center of this rock, because it's like a pile from the outside, it looks just like a mound, but as you climbed on top of it, you actually did see inside of it pretty easily that there's actually a cavity in the top that leads down to what looks like a rusted cover that was a door. And as you see this, that's where we're going to cut for next time.
Motherfucker! I was just gonna go into it and just say fuck everyone. Just go in there. Let them figure it out. I hate stuff like that.